guys, welcome back everyone, welcome back to another edition here, another qualifier of the Esports World Cup 2025, the America's Open Qualifier number 2. I'm of course your side VIP with you. I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to the second and final qualifier for the Americas region. Here we go. Exclamation mark P in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, the bracket is insane, and it is hard to pick and choose a series. I'll be honest, there's a lot of really good matches. There are so many players that I want to follow as well. So many players that I'm very fond of that are near and dear to our hearts here, but we can only pick one starting match, and we have it. We're going to be jumping into a TVP between Davito and Awesome Sauce. Let us go. As we step into this, of course, we were actually going to be covering a different series. If you look at the initial bracket here, we actually had a TVT between Yen and Luciano. That was my number one pick, but Yen is MIA. Yen, of course, a Brazilian Terran player. He is missing in action, so we had to find another series, and the Vitas are done. We are jumping in here and now. Let's go. Let us go. We are jumping into our fresh best of 3. As a reminder, when it comes to this bracket, top 4 qualify. Top 4 will qualify for the closer qualifier. And we're here to determine who will make it through into that top 4. This does mean that the round of 8, the quarterfinals, those are the qualifying matches. Those are where the best of 5s are held. Until then, though, spawning in the bottom hand corner of Persephone, we have the purple Protoss player, the American Protoss representing Root Gaming. It is Awesome Sauce. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Peruvian Terran player, the red Terran representing eGGz Esports. It is Davo. El Davito, baby. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 3. And again, we were spoiled for choice. There were just so many good matches, and there are so many players that I want to feature as well. Players like Dolan, players like Luciano, players like Draconics, players like Davito as well. There are just so many players like Eon, players like Master, players like Yen, Diego, Kelazhur, Max Angel, Astrea. There's just so many good matches here, so many. And we have settled on our first one, and we'll be following this. We'll be catching up with the bracket as well after the series, of course, to have a bit of a gander at the initial bracket, at all the matches going on, and any updates as well. We'll get there. Until then, double gas opener out of Davo. Does open double gas. You know, Awesome Sauce across the map going to be opening up with his own standard opener. Interesting setup here when it comes to his production, not gonna lie. We have the gate into Cyber Core, but typically we do end up walling up and walling off certain areas of the main base. Not the case here. It is further hidden back, in a way creating some simplicity, creating a wall off here behind the mineral line instead. Interesting choice. With this, he can try to lock down the initial Reaper if the Reaper does scout behind the mineral line. So there are benefits to this, of course. As we do see our factory. Ooh, SCV goes down. Yo, SCV goes down. Oh my god, awesome Sauce. He's awesome. That's crazy. The probe is going to get picked off, but alas, that is a massive kill. That should not have happened at the start of the game for one SCV to go down. So a nice start here for a better start for the Protoss player. As from here, we're going to be building up, just getting to our standard follow for the time being. Meanwhile, my eyes are going to be on Davito. How aggressive are we going to be? Racks into factory into CC. The CC is delayed, of course. From here, we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. We can go for an early Tech Lab. We can go for an add-on swap into Cloak Banshee. What do we go for the time being? It's going to be Hellion as alongside potentially Reactor Reaper Hellion. First Reaper does poke in. Oh, of course, predictions. How could I forget? Get your gamma going. Predictions, I mean, by now they would have been closed, but the predictions, they were open. They were open in the chat, so you can place your bets. Get your gamma. As Reaper does pull away. And it is a Reactor Reaper Hellion initially. Now, the goal of Reactor Reaper Hellion is to shut down the initial depth and to get across the map and to wreak some havoc and get economic damage. We'll see if we can get there. As the SCV is going to be delayed, SCV is going to be forced back. Nice delay here from Awesome Sauce. Likewise takes down the Reaper, not bad. One Reaper does fall. And I thought he breaks out, he gets across the map. Behind this, we have a second Rax and a third Rax as well before Snarport. This screams 2-base all in. Very committed play here from Davo with this 3 Rax setup. We're going to be rushing into a tech lab, rushing into Stim, as we should be going for an add-on swap into really fast Stim, into abundance of Marines, into a very early push. There we go, tank production on the way as well. Yeah, this screams 2-base all in. Let's go. Now, it's going to be on Awesome Source to scout. At the moment, he has limited information. He did go for a initially 2-gate blink opener. So 2-gate blink. We can, of course, throw down the 3rd gateway to be a little bit safer here. I'm a little bit concerned by lack of sentry, though. I don't see a sentry, and sentries, they can be so crucial in the early game. What? To scout, for the hallucination specifically, to hallucinate across the map, to scout, to get to know what's going on, and to recognize what the Terran player is up to. So no hallucination out of our Protoss, which again is concerning. Shield battery is done. Robo is complete. Gases are being taken. We're staying on 2 bases. Okay, we're going to stay on 2 bases a little bit longer here. The 3rd base is going to be more delayed. Behind this, Stim is on the way. Combat Shield's on the way. Tank production well underway as well. Now, with this, we can pull the boys. We can pull the boys alongside this. We'll see if we wait for a starport or if we just commit on 2 bases. Oh boy. Yo, where's that pie in the chats? Let's go. Share, my papi. Share, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Get some sleep, papi. Oh my god. I know it's getting quite late in Europa, man. It's getting quite late. But always good to see you. Always. As we, of course, beginning the Americas broadcast. Go. As initially we do zone away the Reaper Hellion, no economic damage, so far so good. Also, source, he does defend, he does deflect, but what about the follow-up? Observer does poke in, and what do we see? So far, we get eyes on the army. We don't quite get eyes on the main base yet. Observer rotating around. The Stalker's pushing through the center, and here we go. Thabo is getting ready for his push. Stim is now done, and Thabo, it's time to commit. Oh, it's time to commit. Doesn't Stim yet. Behind this, waiting to see if we pull the boys. It's taking more gases, actually. Never mind, 2 more gases being taken behind this. Meanwhile, Stalkers, they likewise come in from behind. They chase down and they catch a Marauder. Very nice catch. Marauder goes down. Awesome Soul's doing whatever he can here to delay Thabo. Nice scan. Does catch out the Observer. Behind this, Thabo is secure. And he does commit. Now, you can see here that we're taking up in towards a starport, so looks like Thabo, he's not going to pull the boys. He's taking up even further from here, but this is still quite committed. This has to get damage done. Okay, tanks are sieging. They leapfrog forward. I would say it's all them a little bit too far behind here, but they do get some volleys off on the main army. Ooh, and the robo's exposed. The robo's exposed. Robo goes out. Massive pickup. Without that robo, no immortals. Storm is on the way. High Templar, they're gathering energy as we speak. That storm is going to be huge. Storm is going to be massive. Speaking of High Templar moving in, Storm is done. Oh my god, massive storm, insane storm. Catching out the Marines, they're still barely alive, but remember, no medevacs. Remember, no medevacs here, no support. Reinforcements are on the way. Davo is taking his time. Again, one of those tanks is very far back. Likewise, Davo running into the main army. There's a sim. Takes out a Stalker. Likewise does reinforce, but he's heavily over Stim now. Alright, I say over Stim, that's mainly because of the storm. And Thabo is not getting any ground. He's not getting any ground here. With that, he pulls away. And on the one hand, damage was done, but at the cost of Marines, at the cost of Marauder, and he did not get the 3rd. The economy here is actually quite solid for Awesome Source. He's oversaturated, but he can just transfer. He can just transfer it over. That way he pulls away. I wouldn't be opposed to Davo actually making a pit stop here at the healing pad. It would have been a great move to top up his army and to keep going. But now he pulls away, throwing down more Raxes, 3rd CCs in production, so this is not all in. He's expanding. He's expanding, he's committing. Slowly winding down. Yeah. Perfect time to tune into the crankiest of Ducklings and watch some StarCraft. Let's go. Let's go. As Source double expanding, now saturating his own third base, now getting a fourth. I say saturating, he's still heavily oversaturated. Happy we can pull out. And hopefully there we go. Does recognize, does notice, does pull away. Now going to saturate. Now this is going to be delayed economy here for Awesome Source that will help Davo out. As he does top up his army. Top up. Doesn't move out. So looks like we're getting ready for a longer game state. Okay. We're going to calm down. We're going to secure ourselves on 3 bases. Build up towards Ghosts. Work towards another expansion. No need for Vikings as there are no Colossus, at least not yet. Again, there was potential with the first move out from Davo, but again, he wasn't quite able to push into the bases and wasn't able to get much more done. Coming into this, I mean, Awesome Source, he would have been in a better economy. And look at the probe count here, 83 probes. But again, he is oversaturated. 15 workers here in the main base. He's not really mining too efficiently, so that's slowing him down. But once he can get his economy up and running, once he can get a handle on it, then he can snowball out of control. He can just break out. He's still making more probes, by the way. He's not stopping. He's crazy. Still making more. So here comes the move out. Drop is ready. Is gonna be a Zealot drop. Likewise, that's what, 5 High Templar. That's a lot of High Templar. That's a lot of Storm. Oh. A lot of Storm moving in. So I'll drop into the main. Ooh, yeah, the Prism does get past. Warp in does complete. And Thava's going to be torn apart here. Main Army's pushing forward. Can we EMP? Ooh, not quite. Yeah, one EMP does land, but the Storms are brutal. Yeah, Storms do connect, but the tank line is solid. And Thava holds. Yeah, the tanks, they hold the line. Behind this, though, the Zealots are wreaking havoc. 11 SCV kills. Thava, he does hold, but does take some losses. What I will say, though, despite that, Davo with a massive supply lead here. We spoke about it earlier. Again, Awesome Source, he is still oversaturated. We have 17 out of 10 here. We have, of course, 14 out of 8. We're just oversaturated. We're not quite mining efficiently despite the high probe count. It may not matter. He's on 91 probes. EMP! Oh my god. Massive EMPs. EMPs, they connect with almost everything. There's maybe soon to be one Storm, but not quite. The snipe goes off. And Thavo snowballs out of control. He breaks out. He breaks free. As he tries to move out, the run by does move in. Nice run by. Does threaten the mineral line. Does force some friendly fire. SCV's going down. Tank as well. 8 SCVs in a tank. Main armies do collide, but where are the Storms? Where are the High Templar? Are they still gathering energy? There's 4 High Templar. 4 Templar in total. Going for 15 Zealots at a time. That's crazy. Nice Storm. The Storm is good, but we need more than just one Storm. As Davito, he can tank it. He can take to the face. Does find the pylon. Ooh, no, oh my god, he says, oh no! I didn't mean it literally though. He stands in the Storms. The Storms are brutal. Davito, he plummets in supply. Ay, ay, ay. And here come the Chargers. Yeah, they hit overwhelm. And they will. EMPs do connect with the tanks. They're going down. And Awesome Source, he will snowball out of control. He breaks through the tank line. He will chase down Thavo. Thavo racing back. Here's the minefield. We didn't move out with it. The minefield was left behind. And Thavo, he plummets in supply. Awesome Source, he's on almost 100 probes. He's not stopping probe production. This is hurting him, actually. Like the high probe, like, I should say, spending resources on workers, being oversaturated like this, like it's hurting him more than helping him in the long run. I mean, he's able to maintain himself, that is true. He's maxing out, soon to be. But that's also going to be a lot of supply in workers, and that means that the army is going to be that much smaller. Regardless, he's still making probes, by the way. Getting up to 104. 104 workers. He's crazy. He's crazy. This reminds me of TY's style. If you recall, back in Heart of the Swarm, in TVZ, TY, he would often make like 100+ SCVs, and I believe his rationale for it was that he expected to lose workers to run-bys. Like, he would expect to lose workers, so if he doesn't start making workers, like if a run-by happens, like he's fine economically. Like a run-by, a counterattack. Hey, I mean, it worked. The problem here is that there's nothing threatening the mineral line, so there's no damage being done. There's nothing's dying. Ah, no. Regardless, Olsen Soul, he's the first to max. He does max out. Davo, he's stuck at home. Likewise, Davito having a hard time sending his money. Yeah, the maxes are late. The maxes are delayed. You can see here 1,000 minerals in the bank. And Davo is not maxed. Behind this, we need more Widow Mines, more Liberators. To have the second starport on the way. Here we go. 100 probe challenge. You know, we got 106 workers back. It's crazy. It's crazy. Now the trick here is Davito, he has to slowly kill some units, and then when the supply frees up, Olsen Source makes more probes. He's gonna make more workers, and then eventually he'll be stuck with only probes. Oh my god. Nice feedbacks, solid storms as well. Now we're gonna be forced back. Trying to set one forward, but he's up against now 4 Colossus. Oh my god. A devastating amount of Colossi. And Thabo, he just cannot push into this. And not like this. But I say 4 Colossus, now we have up to 6. As we're making more Colossi behind this. Zealot run by coming in from behind. A couple of Colossus going to be going down. Oh, a lot actually. Takes on 1, 2, almost 3 Colossi. Third Colossus goes down. As I say third, getting into 4th, as also so he will lose the entire army. But at the same time, does take down 11 SCVs, does 9 mining at the 3rd. A solid Zealot run by, but does lose everything. The Colossus, the Archons. So a rough fight there for Awesome Source. Now you could argue he has a bank, so it's kind of okay. He just warps in 13 High Templar. 13 High Templar. Ay, ay, ay. Some of them morph into Archons, the others, nah, we got plenty of Storms. Storms are coming. But thankfully, he's stopping worker production. 106 probes. But again, what this means is that he has less supply in army. It means that his army is going to be smaller because of this, and I don't think it's quite worth it. I mean, sure, he's got mineral income, I suppose. Got a bunch of probes, a bunch of minerals, but I mean, what does that really mean? Like, the gas is what's crucial here. Thankfully, gases are being taken. But here we go. From here, Thabo is building back up again. This time he's got a heavier Viking count, and he's working towards Libs. There we go. We do have the advanced ballistics on the way. That is going to be Liberator range. That means he needs a little bit more time here before he can embrace those Liberators. As I think Awesome Source just killed some of his own probes. I didn't quite, I was looking for it. It's like 6 probes just went down somewhere. He killed 6 of his own probes, now he's down to an even 100. Let's go. Brings him into the main, both of them will survive. One of them even. You know, massive storms. Oh my god, there are just so many storms here. EMPs, they do cover the Colossus. The Colossus count is going to be reset once again, but what about the ground army? What about the Zealots? Yeah, the Zealots just overrun the ground. They push on through, they get on top of what little is left. Planetary is helping, but there's just so many charge lots, so many Archons as well. Do we get a warp in? We do not. Prism did fall. Awesome Soul's just trying to brute force his way through, and it's not really working here. I mean, I should say that the fights have been very inefficient from Awesome Source. They have been very inefficient, but because of his economy, he can sustain himself. Now warping in Mass Stalker. Now, my big concern with this now new Remax here, as we throw down 2 more Robos, is that there are no Storms. The Storms have been solid. Now there's only 1 High Templar. So he was a little bit one note here, so no additional High Templar, only 1 High Templar, only 1 Storm. We have more Colossus on the way. I'm hoping we have a little bit more room here to actually morph in some High Templar. Ooh. To support the army, to have more than just Colossus. Jesus, speaking of... oh my god. And there it is, 13 High Templar. He's maxed. He's maxed out. 13 Templar ready. This is an army. Jesus. Less Zealots, which is concerning. I don't know if you noticed, but the Chargers have actually been quite efficient. Like the Zealots have been trading quite well for themselves. I understand the logic though. The reason why we warped in a bunch of Stalkers is for the Vikings, right? The Vikings have been doing quite well for themselves as well. Every single time they engage, they kill Colossus. 4, 5, up to 6. Meanwhile, ooh, storm on the Vikings. The Viking count gets reset. We need that liberation. We need the freedom. It's setting up, but that's what the Stalkers are for. Ooh. Storms to zone, plenty of Stalkers for the Liberators, and with that, Awesome Sauce, he should have done it here. This should be enough. Breaks through that defensive line. Storms the main army, keeps on going, keeps on pushing. We get some decent EMPs, but GG gets called as just too much, and Awesome Sauce will take game at number 1. Whew, GG. Awesome Sauce does take a lead in the series. Again, I would say that it was a bit of a shaky start, and I did actually prefer the opener and the early game and the early to mid game from Tavo. But if you recall, we did mention how Tavo, with his early tank push, he killed the robot, he killed the gateways, but he didn't keep pushing. Like, he didn't really have too much urgency, that there wasn't enough there. So Tavo, I mean, I do think there was enough there to keep pushing, but Tavo, he was very tentative. He was very tentative. He was very safe, very conservative with his movement, with his army. And as a result, he wasn't quite able to press his advantage. With that, we saw Awesome Sauce recover and snowball out of control with his economy. We mentioned at the time that Davo, he didn't do anything about the worker count or about the third base. It all got up and running, and that's where he was able to snowball out of control with that economy. GG. GG, well played. With that, Awesome Sauce does take lead in the series, and we'll see if Davo can recover. I believe he can. I believe he can. I believe we can bounce back. Let's go. Ooh, as our next game is going to be on Maganatha. Here we go. Here we go. Just catching up in the chat. Catching up. Taste the Awesome Sauce. Ice. Tastes like storm. Oh god. Here we go. Looks like our players need a moment. They do need a moment here to themselves. So we will soon be getting to that second game. Second game again is going to be on Maganatha. Maganatha is the largest map in the map pool. Very large map, known for longer macro games. It's more difficult to be hyper aggressive here on Maganatha, but we'll see how Tavito and Awesome Sauce will approach this. I think we have an idea of the kind of player that Awesome Sauce is. I would expect him to be a little bit more passive early on. Really, the pressure is on Tavo. Pressure is on. As we are getting some updates in the bracket, at least some. A couple of results are coming in, but we are jumping into our next game. Let's go. Also, as a reminder, the winner of this series will most likely go up against El Huevito, so obviously we're going to be focusing and centralizing our attention here on this portion of the bracket. I'm ready for it. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the purple Protoss player, the American Protoss, representing Root Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Awesome Sauce. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Peruvian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Exa Esports. It is Tavito. Este Tabito. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Again, a near and dear friend to our hearts. An adjacent cranky duckling, if you will. An adjacent duckling. Close enough, baby. Close enough. Duckling by blood, if you will. As our players are going to be building up. Behind this, we do have our standard openers, at least for the time being. And as a reminder, last game we did see Thavo open up double gas into a faster stim timing, a faster tank push. And again, I do think that the initial push from Thavo was successful, but I mean, in the sense that I think it had a lot of potential and it was doing damage, don't get me wrong, but I do feel like you could have done a little bit more. As a result, because it didn't set Thavo behind. Bearing in mind that Thavo, he went for a very late third base in favor of that early tank push, and he needed to do more damage, and unfortunately he didn't quite do the damage he was hoping for that he needed, and with that did fall behind, and we also saw Snowball out of control from there. Now, based on his play, it does feel like this map would favor him. Awesome Source, if he's one to expand and non-stop make probes, then a large map like Maganatha is going to treat him well. Likewise, he'll be a little bit safer in the early game as well. Along those lines, Thavo, single gas opener, faster CC this time. So Thavo is going for a stronger economy, going for more economic start, which makes sense on Maganatha. Oh boy. So we'll see if Thavo can keep up with Awesome Source in a more standard macro game. Bearing in mind that, remember, last game, Thavo, he was behind. Like, he was behind because of the failed aggression, because he was so committed, because he didn't do any economic damage, he did fall behind. Here, he'll be able to get a faster third base, a faster fourth base, faster saturation himself. He'll have more of a comparable economy to Awesome Source, I would imagine. Assuming that Awesome Source also goes for that kind of playstyle again. Until then, though, a big shout out to JoJo Power Ranger, not to be confused with Go-Go Power Ranger. Hello. Thanks so much. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. I say JoJo, I see JoJo Power Ranger, and I feel who am I thinking of? I recall there's like an ape in Powerpuff Girls. Is it Mojo? Oh God, I can't. Hold on. Mojo Jojo, that's it. That's who I think of. Well, let's go. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Hope you enjoy the replay packs as well. If you join our Discord server, we do provide replay packs to our subscribers. Just as a heads up. It is also a service we provide. And again, we have plenty of lovely emotes as well. You can be a D-Gen, you can get some ramen, you can Ono, and you can smooch. From here, Helen goes to the dive. Is going to be a Twilight Council opener into, not Blink, Twilight Council, sorry, into Blink, but does cancel the Temple Archives. Okay. Does cancel, starts up Blink. That Blink is going to be delayed. Meanwhile, 3 probes going down, getting up to 4. Ooh. 4 probes towards the end. Nice damage here from Thavo. Takes out 4 workers. He was hiding the Temple Archives. Now going for it, but again, it's a little bit janky here because this Blink is late. Temple Archives is also delayed as well. Behind this, Thavo is going into Cloak Banshee. Oh boy. Banshees are coming. And again, they can be a really good way to harass, to get economic damage done. Because of the prioritization of the Temple Archives, what does that mean? That means no robo. At least currently, there is no robo, so no way to get detection. Stalkers are moving out, trying to contain. And the Banshees, they break free. And the question becomes, how long do we delay the robo? How long do we delay? Do we get it at all? And by the time we do, I mean, how much damage is going to be done? As Cloak is done in 10 seconds. There's nothing. there's no Stargate, no Forge, no Robo, no nothing. Again, it's all because of the Temple Archives. It's a pinche Temple Archives, papi. Ay. And it's not going to help. And there we go. The Cloak Banshee has arrived, and it can target down as many probes as possible. There it is. GG gets called. The Invisible Flying Machine is just too good, and Thavo will take game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. GG, well played. Aye, aye, aye. It's the risk you take by rushing into a temple archives. What does that mean? You have to cut corners somewhere. No robo, no detection, no nothing. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going into the ace match here. Not the end that I was hoping for, and not the way that I wanted the game to end, but regardless, at least we get the ace match. That is what I wanted. We get to the outcome. Did we get there the way that I wanted? Not really, but you know what? It's fine. it's fine. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. Game 3 is going to be on Pylon. We go from the largest map in the map pool to one of the smallest. Pylon is known for aggression, is known for all-in. Double gas openers are more favored here on this map, so we expect to see double gases. We'll see. Our eyes are on Davo. Let's go. Likewise, I'm sure coming into game 3, Awesome Sauce is going to be a little bit more willing well, less willing to cut corners and more willing to play safe and get a robo and get some detection up and running and get through this. We'll see. Meanwhile, yo, a big shout out to Najib number 2, Najib2 in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Switch Prime for 2 months. For 2 months. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. God, baby, God, thank you so much. Do appreciate it, baby. So we're getting into our ace match. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the American Protoss player. We have the purple Protoss representing Root Gaming. It is Awesome Sauce. And spawning in the top left-hand corner. Left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss, sorry, red Terran player. We have the red Terran from land of Peru representing eGGz Esports. It is Davo. Here we go. You think of Mojo Jojo? Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. People often think it's a JoJo Bizarre's Adventure reference. Oh, there you go. I guess could be. Which one is it? Is it either one? Is it just a play on Go-Go Power Rangers? Is it a reference to Mojo Jojo? Was it a misspelling as a child and you just committed? That's yeah. That happens sometimes as well. Tis a mystery. But thank you, Najib. Thank you so much for the support. One of these days I'll get around to watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I've only seen I remember watching the abridged version back in the day, back when abridging was all the craze in the early 2000s. It was hype. And I think I'd started watching like the first season, the first book, the first series, whatever it's, you know what it's called. Yeah. Like in old England, like the OGs, the origin of Dio. There you go. I remember watching some of that. Yeah, I have no time for anime. I have no time. I got casting to do, man. I got casting to do. Aye. I said this before. The problem with, for me at least, the problem with watching a lot of anime is that I usually watch it subbed, right? But if I'm doing that, that means that I have to pay attention. Like I have to read. Like the entirety of my attention has to be on the show. Whereas typically, whenever I'm not casting, I'm editing VODs, I'm scheduling VODs, I'm working on thumbnails. Like I'm typically doing something else. So if I have like a show on, I can't devote that much attention to it because my eyes are elsewhere. So I just can't. So I have like house in the background or like suits in the background or something else instead that I can listen to and glance at. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. This time, double gas, which we did call at the start, if you recall. This is a later CC, and the reason why double gas is more fond or more commonly seen on Pylon is because this map has a shorter rushes by ground. It's a more aggressive map in general, so again, double gas openers are more common. With this, faster factory, going for the add-on, and with this, we can go for an add-on swap into Banshee, but no early tank production out of that. No, never mind, early Cyclone. We do cancel. Going for the Cyclone at the same time, Reaper Heli does it into the middle line. When probes are going to be going down. Awesome Sauce out of position here. The Stalkers over in the main. Ooh, and this is brutal damage. 10 probes going down. Ay. Awesome Sauce just out of position. Did attempt a wall, but the wall was open. And that is brutal damage early on. 12 worker kills. Where that Davo gets away. Behind this, no add-on swap, but it's going to be Cyclone into Banshee play. Cloak is on the way once again. This time there's a safety robo. This time safety robo out of our Protoss player. So this time he is set up, he is secure, he'll have detection, but economically he is struggling here. Oh no, this is not a wall. Oh, a little bit of misplacement here from Awesome Sauce. Not a full wall of Reapers. They dive into the main base. Probe's going to be going down, and Awesome Sauce is being pulled apart. David, the game one was a wake-up call, and he's awake. He's awake, Backy. Let's go. As he busts in, as 7 probes going to be going down. Harnessing his inner self, his inner Terran. His inner Mariachi? Maybe. He's dancing between the bases here. Does pick off 9 probes, and it's just a rough start here for Awesome Sauce. Down to 22 workers. He has to rebuild, has to set up once again as he moves out. What's moving in? Banshees. Banshees are moving back in. Unfortunately, Awesome Sauce, he has nothing to defend back at home. He's committing across the map. Now, he has potential here. We have a bunker on the low ground. We have a tank on the low ground. The main base is more exposed. We could blink into the main and get into the mineral line, but trying to break the natural is going to be difficult. Oof. Yeah, it does take some tank shots to the face. Repairs here on the bunker. The bunker does stand strong. Awesome Sauce is going to be forced back. And the Banshee does hit the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. No engine for the recall. GG gets called. And Davo, he will take the series 2-1. Advancing on to the round of 16. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here, Davo. He will claim the series. Again, a terrifying game one. Like game one, Awesome Sauce, he got into his groove. He was able to have a boosted economy, able to max out, able to overwhelm the Terran, and again punish Davo for the aggressive start as well. But game 2 and game 3, we saw Davo, he was hyper aggressive himself when it came to harassing, when it came to getting into mineral lines, especially here in game 3. And Awesome Sauce had a really hard time keeping up with that aggression. This time it was Davo being the aggressor early on, making sure that Awesome Sauce was as uncomfortable as possible, and again had a hard time keeping up. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. With that, Davo does claim the series, does advance on to round 16, and we are here to find out where that leads us. Let's go! Exclamation mark! Be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Where are we? What's going on? Do we have any other updates? And do we have an opponent waiting for Davo? Let's find out. Let us find out. Oh. As there we go. As we do go from the top here, actually. Okay, from the top, we have Astrea. Astrea is up against Boreal in the currently mid-series in the round 16. I believe Boreal is from Guatemala, so best of luck to our 2 players facing off. We have Akedon. Akedon takes out Ryojin 2-0. Akedon waiting for the winner of Astrea and Boreal. Scoring down, we have Mute. Mute is up against Juggernaut Jason in the round of, I believe that's round 32. Yes, in the round 32. Currently facing off, currently mid-series. As they are facing off in that initial round of 32. Scrolling down, we have an Inexorable waiting for the winner of Charlie Cox and Coco. So still waiting for his opponent. Scrolling down, we have Master. Master's up against Altair. Winner goes up against Draconics. Draconics with the 2-0 against Kamikaze. Impressive. I was tempted. I'm not gonna lie, I was very tempted to jump into Draconics versus Kamikaze. Winner goes up against most likely Master, so I'm looking forward to that potential TVP. Best of luck to our players. Scrolling down, we have Dolan. Dolan, he was waiting for the winner of the previous series, but he's up against eRecon in the round of 32. Meanwhile, Yan takes down Luciano 2-0. Big win there for Yan. Oh, big win for Yan, as he's waiting for the winner of Dolan and eRecon. Meanwhile, Greenert, he's waiting for the winner of Elizayo as well as Huslai. Meanwhile, we do have Riser waiting for the winner of Foxshire and Chelsea Fan. Let's go. Chelsea Fan was at the previous Cheesedelphia, and I think is a part of organizing that event as well. So big shout out to Chelsea Fan. Scrolling down, we have Diego, we have Kelazhur versus Eon. They're facing off in the round 16. Meanwhile, we have Davo waiting for the winner of Eggs and Banana Burrito as well. Oh my god, so is waiting for that series to wrap up. Again, I look forward to tuning into the potential Eggs versus Davo. That is a classic Latino American match. is going to be classic, but we'll get there eventually. Again, he's still waiting for his opponent. Meanwhile, we have an eGGz. It is going to be Eon versus Diego versus Kelazhur. Let's go. Facing off in that round of 16. So we do need a moment to set things up and to get our match going. And this should be a short one as well, I would imagine. So we might be able to catch eggs. El Huevito versus Davito. Might be able to get there. Until then, we're building up. Yeah. So just setting up a match. Setting up a match with Vidas are done, and Kelazhur versus Eon is going to be coming up next. Again, Brazil versus Costa Rica. Let's go. Kelazhur, of course, he has been MIA. He's been missing in action. He has been taking his time off, or taking time off during the off season of EPT, of EWC. And he has been making some brief appearances in certain tournaments here and there, certain invitationals. I believe Kelazhur did play in the Boomer Bash, if I'm not mistaken, which was a Warty held event. And I think he's been popping up every now and then, but he hasn't really been committing too hard. Hasn't been committing too hard or too much. I know that he did return to Brazil for the holidays for a time, and I think he's back in Europe. Kelazhur, I mean. Back in Europa. So we need a moment to set things up. Yo, meanwhile, big shout to Blixen in the chat. God, oh my God, thank you so much, Blixen, for thanks so much, Blixen, for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you, do appreciate it, man. Always. Clearly the answer is to learn to cast anime. True. Oh no. No. Constantly be pausing to provide analysis and commentary. 100%. But here we go. We have our next series. We're jumping into the round of 16 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Ley Lines. We have the red Zerg player. We have the Costa Rican Zerg representing Team License to Kill, LTK. It is Eon. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the blue Terran, the returning legend himself. It is Kelazhur, aka Diego. Let's go. Let's go. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVZ and Kelazhur opening up Durax Reaper. Let's go. The Raxes are being thrown down. Meanwhile, Eon going for Hatchurus. Now, I did say that I expected this to be a shorter series just because Eon is known for aggression. He's known for aggression, known for all-ins, known for being very much so in the face of his opponent. Likewise, Kelazhur can also be very cheeky as well. He can be cheeky at times. We'll see what kind of Kelazhur we get here today. I'm excited, I'm curious, just because, as I mentioned before, Kelazhur has been very inactive. He's been playing every now and then in a tournament here and there, going to a Home Story Cup or being at another tournament, but again, he hasn't really been too consistent in quite some time, so it's hard to say the form that Kelazhur's in. What I can say though with confidence, he has been watching recent plays. That is 3x Reaper. Let's go. I mean, I say recent play, 3x Reaper, I mean, that was all the craze, you know, what, a year ago, 2 years ago at this point. 2 years ago, 2023, so it has been quite some time, but regardless, Kelazhur is going to be doubling down, going to be hyper aggressive, and the goal here is to not just contain, but to kill workers and potentially snipe some queens. Now we'll see if we can snipe some queens here. We'll see how aggressive, how much damage Kelazhur can achieve. Bearing in mind, this is not an all-in. This is not an all-in. This is aggressive. That is true. And the base is going to be delayed as a result, but eventually Kelazhur will expand. So let's move out. But once again, thank you so much. Thanks so much to Blixen. Thank you, thank you. Well, let's Twitch Prime. Always do appreciate it. Always, Pappy, always. As Reaper does pick in. Oh. Does pick in, takes down a drone. Not a bad start. Gets one worker already. That should not have happened, especially gets only one Reaper. Queen does pop. But Eon having a bit of a rougher start. Behind this, we see Kelazhur rallying more Reapers across the map. Third base is under fire. And again, ideally, Kelazhur wants to force a cancel. He wants to force that cancel. As he's getting a lot of damage dealt already. Meanwhile, we have a Spine Crawler on the way at the natural. Now, the reason why we need a Spine Crawler here is because Eon is skipping lings. Eon is droning. He's droning up as we speak, so Eon's being a little bit greedy in his response. And that third base is going to be cancelled. Okay, there's that cancel. The drone does not get away. Reaper's a bust into the main, and no Spine. Uh-oh. No Spine in the main base. The Queen is exposed. Kelazhur going for the middle line. Gets one, gets two. Two drones so far. There's not enough lings. Again, the punish is real. Remember, he did skip ling production. Did delay ling production. Kelazhur rotates over towards the natural, but the Spine is in position. Ooh, he even snipes one of the Reapers. And behind this, not just a natural on the way, a third CC as well. 3 CC follow-up, double expand. As you mentioned, this is not all in. Kelazhur looking to take an economic lead, or at least attempting to. Meanwhile, Baneliness on the way. It's going to be a Bane Bust. This is one of the responses you can go for. It's very dedicated. It's very all-in. So, Bane Bust here out of Eon. Eon is not joining. He's not joining, not anymore. Oh, surrounds. Oh, does almost surround the Reapers. Some of them do slip away, but yeah, decent surround. Takes down a handful of them, but not everyone. Yeah, we just see Kelazhur. He does break out. Link speed is revealed. More lings filing in. We have 18 more lings in production. So far, Kelazhur, he has not scattered the Baneling Nest. He doesn't know. Doesn't know what's going on. But he's trading really well, actually. Oh my god. 30 lings for 8 Reapers. Ay, ay, ay. More lings are breaking out. Do we have a bunker? We do not. That natural base is still exposed. Remember, Kelazhur went for a third CC. He delayed his factory. No Hellions. No Hellions to defend. The Bane Bust can be successful here. As morphing those Banelings. Here they come. Banelings are morphing in. And remember, no factory. The factory is still in production because of the third CC. Kelazhur has been too greedy. And now we have a bunker on the way, but there's that late bunker. The bunker is late. Oh. Reaper goes down. Reaper does fall. Baneling's going to break through that wall. Are there enough lings though? Wall is broken. From here we can go for the bunker or go for the SCVs. Up. As we do break through the SCVs. But not enough lings. Yeah, there's just not enough lings. Like, so many lings already went down throughout the course of this game. 51 ling kills. Ay, ay, ay. There's no follow-up. There's no ling flood. The Bane Bust didn't achieve anything. I mean, he got 8 SCVs, but that's still not enough. Kelazhur is the head worker-wise. He has 30 SCVs against the 26 drones of Eon. Eon was all in, and the Bane Bust does not do enough. Again, he just lost too many lings in the lead-up. He lost so many lings, sorry, in the lead-up to this all-in, to this bust. The Banelings, they did their job, but there just wasn't enough behind it. It was not enough. And now with that, Kelazhur gets away with a third CC, now into factory, into starport, into drop play. And Eon's in a rough place. He's in a very rough place. '2023 was yesterday. You watched it yesterday. True. Smudge. Smudge. Time flies, Pappy. Time flies. It's crazy. It does feel like 2023 was yesterday, though, unironically. I think the big reason for it, though, is that like 2024 was very shaky when it came to the EPT circuit. Remember how the EPT circuit was extended from 2023 into 2024, like because of the Esports World Cup. because I Am Kelazhur wasn't the end of year finals, so like like both years in my mind became the same year. Because my life is just centered around StarCraft. But look, they extended it, okay? What can I do? They extended the year. As a Kelazhur, he does push forward. Stim is done. He's holding onto it. He's holding onto the Stim. There it is. Yeah, Stim is revealed. That takes down the Queen of the Spine Crawler, the Banelings, and Eon cannot keep up. Not anymore. Again, after the failed Bane Bust, there's just nothing else left. He's down to a handful of Banelings, a handful of Lings. We have Infestors on the way. Before Baneling speed, by the way. Let's go. Going for the Infestors, going for the Fungals. He's about to pop. But Kelazhur, he doesn't quite commit. He doesn't need to. He got the third. He's containing the Zerg play on 2 bases. From here, he's taking his own 3rd base. He's calming down, backing off, building up. Kelazhur is fine. And Eon, he was hoping that Kelazhur would push him. The reality here is that if he was able to get some of these fungal growths off, he could take a bit of fights, he could maybe snowball from there. But with Kelazhur taking a more defensive stance, now there's less of a chance for those fungals to pop off. There's just less of a chance. Now we have a siege line. Now Kelazhur, Diego, he is secure. He's fortified. He's ready. Double drop into the main. Double drop does hit the main base. Steaming on forward, catching out some drones. That's going to be, what, 7 drones going down already? Yeah, 7 drones do fall at the same time. Multi-pronged aggression does hit the 3rd base. The 3rd base is not going to get up and running. It's going to be denied. No, that's a kill, not a cancel. Fungal connects. But last did already load up. Already did load up. From there, Eon moving out. We already have a tank line, and Eon is all in. Eon, I mean, he's been all in for quite some time. From what was the beginning of the game. Bailey's trying to waddle in. Fungal does connect. Let's go. He lands 1. The chain Fungal. Oh my god. He actually trades really well here. Jesus. Takes out every single Marine. That was insanely efficient. So that was 26 Marines, but GG gets called. It's still not enough, and Kelazhur will take game number 1. GG. Back across the map, 27 drones had gone down. Kelazhur, he was just pulling Eon apart, getting to that mineral line, and alas, Eon had nothing left behind it. There was no economy, there was no follow-up, there was no tech, no nothing. GG. GG all played. But again, that was all because of the failed Bane Bust. Like, he was so committed to the Bane Bust that after it failed, like, everything just kind of fell apart. And we'll see how our players will adjust. We'll see how we approach our next map. As up next, we'll be loading into Ultra Love. Ultra Love, one of the smaller maps in the map pool, smaller map, more aggressive map as well. I believe we have seen Eon go for a lot of roach all-ins on Ultra Love, so that's going to be a viable option. But we'll see. There we go. So we're getting into our next game. Here we go. Just remaking our lobby. Just setting back up. $39 to $58 this is hard, but go Eon. Maybe some miracle fungals can help. I mean, there was some pretty juicy fungals at the end of the game. It was just a little bit too little, too late. But I mean, did trade quite efficiently there towards the end. It's crazy. Here we go. This morning in the top right hand corner here of Ultra Love, we have the red Zerg player for land of Costa Rica, representing team License to Kill LTK down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Eon. Fun fact, because I said series, my phone got triggered by that. God damn it. It's spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Bottom left-hand corner here of Ultra Love, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the... Now, it all makes sense. God damn it. Yeah, the Brazilian Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It's leading the series 1-0. It is a Kelazhur. For like the past year, maybe? Year? Ever since I got my new phone, whenever I'm casting, every now and then, like it just, my phone activates, or I should say Siri activates. And I'm like, and I've never had to deal with this before. I probably have to just go in and just disable it, because I've never had to deal with that before. But yeah, I think it's because whenever I say the word series, like it just it gets misinterpreted. God damn, now I understand. It all makes sense now. The last year of casting is flashing before my eyes. God damn it. Oh no. For now, my apologies. This is going to be a later expansion, so a faster gas pool hatch. Hello. Show us what you got. So a much more aggressive build here by Eon. This could be for early link speed, or this could lead into an early roach rush. So my eyes are on our Zerg player here. Do we go for a roach one? Do we go for a gas? Do we go for link speed? What is the plan? What are we going for? As the Reaper does run into Lings, and already they're going to be shut down. Oh, this is less than ideal. Ideally, the Lings, they did want to avoid the Reaper, get across the map and delay the CC. That is not happening. Meanwhile, Link speed is on the way, and we are staying in gas. Uh-oh. We're staying in. So Eon is staying in gas. From here, he can go into a Bane Bus, he can go into a Roach Rush, he can go into a fast lair, into maybe something a little bit more quirky, like Night Display. But shenanigans are afoot. Again, you don't stay in gas without good reason. So here we go. From here we do see Kelazhur getting into a more standard opener here. I say more standard. He's going for his third CC before Starport. Economic opener. As opposed to the heavy Reaper start that we saw previously. And I'm still waiting to see. Eon, he has a lot of gas. He has 200 gas already. As I mentioned before, you typically don't stay in gas without good reason. And by now we should see a lair. We should see a Verge Warren. Gases are now being taken. That's a lot of gas. And it is for the Roach Warren. Okay. Roach Warren's on the way. Now, because of the abundance of gas, it does mean that we're going to be able to make a decent wave of roaches real fast and real quick, really early on. There's going to be a lot of roaches available. For now, still droning. Still saturating. Clearly. It's like, I want to help. It's like, nah, I'm good. And nothing about StarCraft. Oh my god, as drones do line up. 6 drones already in one volley. In one volley, 6 drone kills. That's crazy. Oh my god. The value. As roaches are on the way, and I believe we're going for an all-in. Do you see what I see? I see what? I see no lair. No lair here for Eon, so this should be a hatch-based all-in, just flooding roaches across the map, ravages as well, links to support. There's no longevity here in this game without a lair. Banshee does hit the main. Cloak is done in 10 seconds. Queens have to respond. Ooh, getting up to 4 drones already. And here we go. It's all or nothing for Eon. We gotta send it, pappy. Gotta send it. Back at home, what do we have? We have Hellions. Hellions, they do not really trade too well against Roach Ravager. Behind this, no bunker. Bunker just out being thrown down. It's a late bunker. But the Banshee does help. The Banshee does target down the Ravagers. Already one Ravager does fall. We're just trickling in. We're trickling. We need the entire army here at once. Another Ravager falls. Roach as well. The Wilds, they do no connect. Bunker's almost done. Boys are being pulled. Once again, the Ravagers are being targeted down. Nice movement there from Kelazhur. He does avoid the Wilds. And alas, he's running out of steam. Lings, they do trade well, though. At the same time, oh no. At the same time, 19 drones. 19 workers going down. Eon, he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's running out of army. GG gets called, and Kelazhur, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the round of 8. GG. I believe Kelazhur has made it to a qualifying match. Let's go. Let us go. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to Kelazhur. He's also claiming the series. Again, Eon, he did have some cheeky builds up his sleeve. Went for a lot of all-ins, a lot of aggressive play. Game 1 was a reactive all-in to the Reapers. And remember, the Bane bus was unscattered. The Banelings did their job, but there just weren't enough Lings to continue with the all-in because he had bled out so many against the Reapers. Like, Kelazhur did a great job at trading. It was just so efficient, and the Bane bus fell on its face. Here, game 2, unfortunately, we saw that the Banshees were able to slow this down ahead of time, and on top of that, there was no spores back at home. So the Banshees, they crippled the economy. They made sure that there were no reinforcements, and Eon ran out of steam. GG, well played. With that, let's catch up with the bracket. Let's figure out what the hell's going on. What's happening? Do we have any updates? Do we have any new results? Okay, from the top, Astrea, he's up against Akanon in the round of 16. In the round 16, they're facing off in a best of 3. Best of luck to the 2 players. We still have eGGz waiting for the winner of Mute and Jason. They're still mid-series as well, so eGGz has some downtime for the time being. Scrolling down, the Draconics still waiting for the winner of Master and Altaid. Still waiting for that match. Dolan and Yan. Oh, they started. Dolan and Yan. They are already in game. That is one of the matches that I did want to feature. Dolan versus Yan. That's going to be a banger of a TBT. So actually, Dolan has a good chance at qualifying here. We have Master, Draconics, Dolan. Yeah, Dolan. He's surrounded by Brazilian and Peruvian players. Jesus, he's surrounded. But yeah, honestly, like, that's a really solid part of the bracket. Like, Master, Draconics, Dolan, and Yan. Like, it could go either way. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased, and my heart is I'm cheering for Dolan, but best of luck. Best of luck to all the players. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Greener takes on Upside. Greener up against Elizayo in the next round. Foxers up against Riser. We have some NA versus NA action going on there in the round 16. Kelazhur, Diego, of course, does advance on, is waiting for the winner of Davito, Eggs, and Burrito as well. They're all still mid-series. Let's go. Meanwhile, oh good. Meanwhile, we are just gonna be setting up here, and it looks like, yeah, so Kelazhur, he's in a qualifying match. He's in a qualifying match from my understanding. Yep. So Kelazhur is waiting for the winner of Davo, Eggs, and Burrito. So we have some downtime here. We have some downtime. We're waiting for Eggs' match to complete. Waiting for it to complete, to wrap up. Speaking of Master, he just wrapped up his series. Master just took down his opponent 2-0. So that means Master versus Draconics is about to begin. Ooh, that's tempting. Oh, it's tempting. Where do I mentioned this before, but like, to be honest, like, there are so many really good matches. There are so many really good matches here that I would love to cover. Like, this portion specifically, like Master, Draconics, Dolan, Yan, like, that looks really good. At the same time, you know, we've been covering Tabito and Kelazhur and eGGz this year as well. Like, this is also a really solid portion of the bracket. eGGz, Tavo, and Kelazhur. You know, we got Colombia, we got Brazil, and we got Peru as well, all together. It's juicy. Likewise, the potential Inexorable versus Mute. Gonna be really hype. This is the issue that whenever we come down to the Americas portion of the qualifiers, like, I just want to cast everything. Like, in my mind, like, this is yeah, a lot more compelling. It might be a little bit more compelling to me just because for the European one, there's just so many PvPs. There's so many Protoss versus Protoss matchups. But this, to me, is more compelling, more enticing. Like, there's a lot of hype, at least for me, personally. It also helps that, like, I'm a big fan of a lot of these players. Big fan. I want them all to do well. We have an update. Okay, we have some updates here. Okay, 2 matches happening at the same time. We have Master versus Draconics. Best of luck to both players. Best of luck in that TVP. And we have Tabito up against El Huevito. Let's go. eGGz versus Tavo. Now, eGGz, of course. eGGz, he at one point I would say was top 3 Zerg in Latin America. I would say number 1 being Chem, number 2 being Eric, and number 3 being eGGz. I think there was a period in time, like in 2022, 2021, where I think I would say that eGGz, he was slightly above Ryu. Like, I want to say slightly. Like, Ryu's my boy, don't get me wrong, but like eGGz, he peaked like 2021, 2022 era of StarCraft. Remember, he went full-time StarCraft. He was working real hard to improve and devoting a lot of time. Nowadays, eGGz, I believe he's focusing on his studies. I believe nowadays he plays part-time. He doesn't play as much. So eGGz, he's not quite what he once was. He's still a really strong player though, and I'll be honest, I still think I favor eGGz coming into this. I do favor eGGz coming into this series, but again, it is going to be an interesting one just because, you know, both Tavo and eGGz, I suppose I would say they're both focusing on, you know, other parts of their lives, of their careers, and yeah, we'll see how they compare now. All these years later, we'll see how they compare. As vetoes are underway. All right, and as we get into this, a big shout out to Hero to Zero. God, thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime for 5 months. Thank you. Sorry, we just got some updates in the bracket as the notifications were going off. So thank you so much for the support. Do appreciate it. Just catching up. Here we go. We're getting ready for our turn versus Zerg. Vetoes are underway. We're getting rid of the extreme maps. We're getting rid of Lost Fantasy, Maganatha, Tokamak, Incorporeal. So far, makes sense. Getting rid of some of the more extreme, larger maps and some of the smaller ones. Here we go. Also, I'm reaching my limits a little bit. The fatigue is setting in, baby. It's setting in. It's been a long day. It's been a long day of StarCraft. So far, it's been 13 hours, soon to be 14. We started casting yesterday at 8 p.m. and right now it's about to be 10 a.m. the next day. So let's go. Had to be 14 hours. It's let's keep going. Let's go. We have our first game. First game is going to be on Pylon. Pylon is going to be game 1. Game 2 is going to be Torches. Game 3 is going to be Ley Lines. Let's go. Here we go. I did have some ramen in between casts. I'm very full of noodles right now. And an egg. Did have one egg in the noodles. I'm very satisfied. So we're just loading in. Just loading into the game. We're almost there. There we go. Beautiful. As spawning in the top left hand corner of Pylon, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the Colombian player representing himself, currently teamless. It is eGGz. El Huevito. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Peruvian Terran player, the red Terran representing eGGz Esports. It is Davo. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our round of 16 match. Bearing in mind that Kelazhur Diego is waiting for the winner of this very match, waiting for either a Terran or Zerg opponent. We're here to find out which one. And of course, it leads into Kelazhur, it leads into a best of 5, because that will be a qualifying match. Oh boy, we're nearing that qualifying match spot. Almost there. Until then, we do have our hatch first, hatch gas pool, standard opener out of eGGz. Likewise, Davo going for his own Rax expand as well. Now, when it comes to these two players here, eGGz, he doesn't really shake things up too much. I say that. In his heyday, eGGz, he was very diverse in his play. He could go for all-ins, he could play macro. That's what was scary about eGGz, is that he did have that variety to him, and he was damn good at all things Zerg when it comes to all-ins, when it comes to macro, when it comes to playing standard. So we'll see how he looks nowadays, because again, it's been a long time since I've casted eGGz. It's been a year? No shot. I need to double check. I'll double check, but it's we used to cast eGGz on a regular basis, very much a regular basis. But let's see, last time we casted eGGz was, oh right, HSL. True. We casted eGGz during the HSL. That was back in May, so not too long ago, in the Hispanic StarCraft League. Before that, we casted him in the Ursasaurus Cup, and before that, we casted him at the SSU Safe House. That was in September of 2024. So it's been a little more sporadic. But again, it's great to see him here once again. Meanwhile, Davito, when it comes to his play, he also does like to mix it up. When I say mix it up, I mean he does enjoy bio, but he can mech it up as well. He can harness his inner Neo and see the code, see the matrix, and do nothing but mech. He has it in him. It's inside him. Whether or not he unleashes it, yet to be determined. Yeah, it's to be determined here. As Davo does poke in, just dancing with the army. No major losses, no major trades. As it does check the third location. Does confirm the third base is being taken. Nothing crazy. Nothing yet. Just catching up. Sequel the qualifiers went until Sunday. Yeah, it's a lot of StarCraft. Full of noodles is happy, but also sleepy. I think that's also maybe adding to it, is that we did have a bunch of noodles, and that's also probably adding to the fatigue. But we'll power through. We got you. Behind this third CC for Starport, so economic follow-up here out of Davo. Nothing crazy, nothing wild, just going for his economy. And likewise, eGGz is droning. eGGz still just droning, still just saturating. Still just building up. Banshee production is now underway for Davo. Hellions breaking in. Takes out a tumor. Not bad. Does catch a tumor. Stavo does poke in. Behind this, working towards Stim. Stim is going to be on the way here for our Terran player. So no crazy mech follow-up here. Is continuing Hellion production. Does have a decent amount of them. But just looking to gain map control more than anything. No cloak, by the way. Yeah, no cloak, so just going into Stim. Into that 3-1-1 setup. Now we're rotating. Eggs going for a faster Baneling Nest. Very safe play here out of Eggs. Faster Nest into his lair, into delayed Evo chambers. This tells me that Banelings will be ready for something like a Hellbat push. We know, of course, there are no Hellbats. But Eggs just playing safe. Being as safe as he can. Meanwhile, I see more Raxes on the way, getting to a 5-Rax setup. Now, something that has been very trendy in the metas of late, I'm sure you're fully aware, is 8 Raxes. 8 Raxes have been very trendy. Oh, Aslings, they do catch the Hellion, they catch the Reaper. Nice catch here from Eggs. Likewise, Banshee's moving out. Queens look quite in position. Spores are delayed. Uh-oh. The Queens are racing over. Thankfully, there is no cloak, and Eggs, he will get here in time. He races over, he does react in time. Eggs are in position, Banshees do hit the mineral line, and Eggs is here. Eggs is red. Oh, even setting up a drop alert, okay. Drop towards the main. Talbot moving out. Attempting to expand. As he moves out, Eggs is moving in. It is going to be a slow drop, so no overlord speed. It's going to take a little bit longer to get in. 3 more Raxes on the way. That's, I believe, 8. Yep, 8 Rax. Let's go. I mentioned earlier that, again, 8 Raxes have been very trendy in the meta. They've been very powerful, very difficult to deal with. And we'll see how Eggs can handle the situation. I mean, so far, so good. The drop can try to cripple the economy. Ideally, you do want to coincide this with some more aggression at another base. That's not quite happening. Regardless, things they do slip in the main. They delay some of the production. They pick up some of the SCVs. You see Tavo race back into his main. At the same time, Lings, they will hit the 3rd. And once again, Tavo not quite in position. How about the Hellions? They do react. They react, they respond. Boards being pulled. And Tavo should be able to hold on, but more Lings out. Banelings are rolling in. Oh my god. Yeah, he does roll into the middle line, and Tavo, he has a late reaction. He's trapped. Oh my god, massive connections. It does detonate. Does take down the mineral line, and Tavo, again, he was just pulled left and right. He had tanks in the main base, Marines in between the bases. Tavo, he was not in position. He was not ready. And before Tavo could embrace his 8 Rax, I mean, he can't really build up. He can't make use of it. He can't actually produce. Doesn't have the money for it. So Tavo, he has been crippled, and now he's got to send it. He has to send it across the map. Now, Eggs, he does have a decent amount of Ling Bane. Comes down to the control. Tavo, can he split well enough? Can he split? Can he react in time? Let's move forward. Does move in. Ling Bane looking to collapse in. At the same time, Lings, they do hit the mineral line. Baneling run by as well. Banelings, they're threading a dive. Tavo once again stuck on 2 bases. And Tavo, he needs to achieve some more damage here. Does push forward. He moves in. Moves back out. Oh, no. Yeah, Tavo panicking a little bit here. Kills his own tank. Now is not the time. Calm down, Papi. Calm down. As Eggs, he will surround. He will surround. He will clean this up. Eggs has plenty to work with. And Tavo's being overwhelmed. He's being overrun. Remember, he has no economy. He's down to 49 workers. He doesn't even have a saturated 3rd base. Again, he cannot maintain himself. The run buys earlier were insane. I mentioned earlier that the drop ideally coincides with something, and it did. Remember, it was a drop into the main base at the same time, links into the third, and the Bane bust as well. It all just snowballed out of control. It all got out of hand. Davo is struggling. Now, there is still a chance to recover. Do we still have these Raxes? Yeah, the Raxes are still not quite done in the main. Not quite. He does get into a mineral line. He does catch a couple of workers. Better damage. He gets 4 drones, gets a queen. Going for the base, but doesn't quite get it. Force back. eGGz all over this. Likewise, Davo pushing out towards the left-hand side. Does move out, going right down the left, going straight for the base. Davo, he's actually built up a comparable army, which is solid, but he cannot sustain it. He lost his, oh my god. Base roll in. They don't quite connect. They do graze the army, but not good enough here. Davo, nice target firing, very nice. He breaks through the main army, breaks through the base. Expansion is going to be going down. We have Ling Hydra left over, only a handful of banelings. Davo, he can trade well. He cannot trade. Now, bearing in mind that Davo cannot afford these losses, so as the army gets smaller, like, it's gonna get much bigger here. We have a wave of reinforcements at the same time. Lings, they hit the third base, not much at home to defend, and not much at all. SCVs are going down. Again, Davo is all in. This was a good start, but he has to keep going. He has to keep pushing. Lurkers are on the way, and Lurkers will shut this down. How many? 5 Lurkers. Davo, we gotta go. It's too late. The Lurkers have arrived. Bailey's gonna crash in. Do we have a scan? Does have a scan available. Kites back. He's gonna get 1 Lurker, but there's still 4 more Lurkers. There's still 4 left over. It's purely Marine tank. This is not built to deal with Lurkers. It's not built for it. Once again, they're getting within range. Does scan. He wants those Lurkers. He should be able to get at least 2 more. Oh my god. Has the guy back? Yeah, Kai's back. Leads are coming from behind. And looks like Davo, he will stand his ground. But there's still 1 more Lurker. Still on a mass. There was 1 more. Barely does get it. Nice snipe. Takes down the final Lurker. There's 3 more Lurkers on the way. Davo, he's close to breaking eggs here and now. He's so close. He has to keep going. He has to keep rallying. He needs everything. He needs the army. No. He needs the army. It's too late. Lurkers ain't morph in. There's 3 Lurkers left. You can see how close the supplies are. Davo working his way through all the creep, but he needs that scan for the Lurkers. Bailing's morphing in as well. Davo, he is deep on creep here. eGGz getting ready for a surround. Oh my god, he's crazy. Stims in. Ooh. Dust in forward. Oh god, oh god, he cannot run in like that. Not like that. Vipers have arrived, getting ready for abductions. Davo, yo, we're dropping. Oh, he does load up. Diving into the main base. We just have the power bombs though. 1 full medevac goes down. Oh god. There's just so much damage here. Another medevac goes down. Davo. Again, he did well for himself, but he's gonna be cleaned up completely. And the tanks go down the bio as well. That's all he had left. GG gets called, and eGGz, he will take game number 1. Whew. Oh my god. Whew. GG. eGGz, he does take a lead in the series. That was a very intense game. To be honest, if eGGz didn't cripple the economy of Davo early on, I think Thavo just wins. Like, Thavo, I'm impressed by just how much of a force he was able to muster despite the early damage, despite how much he was slowed down. He still built up, he still pushed, he still made it close, he still took some better fights, still took some better trades. Again, in the end, he ran out of steam because he just couldn't replace the army he was losing. But yeah, it did make it quite close towards the end. GG. GG, well played. With that, eGGz does take the lead in the series. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Getting ready for game 2. Meanwhile, we have some other updates coming in. Looks like Inexorable versus Mute is now beginning. They're getting into game 1. I'm sure Cosmos is covering that series. Cosmos. I'm sure he's going to be all over that. Likewise, I believe we have some other updates as well. Astrea is already in a qualifying match, so Astrea, he's waiting for the winner of Mute and Inexorable. Meanwhile, the center matches are still ongoing. And Zayo up against Foxer in a qualifying match. Best of luck. And of course, Diego is still waiting for our series as well. Still waiting. We're almost there. As, oh my god, game 2 is going to be on torches. I almost forgot. I believe it's game 2 torches and game 3 ley lines. How did this map make it through the vetoes? That's crazy. That's insane. All right, let's go. Torches, one of the most vetoed maps in the map. Well, typically one of the most vetoed maps. But no, here we are going to be embracing torches instead. Let's go. We'll embrace it. As we are going to be loading in. Hopefully everything's okay. There we go. Beautiful. As we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of torches, we have the Colombian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, leading the series 1-0. It is eGGz. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Terran player representing eGggz Esports from Lena, Peru. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. El Peruano himself, it is Thavo. Here we go. Scrambled by eGggz. Let's go. Crazy so many Vipers around to try to go for Doom drops. Yeah, he's crazy. Está loco, man. Está loco. Let's go. When you're all in like that, when everything is falling, just burning around you in terms of your economy, sometimes you gotta make a rash decision. Sometimes you gotta commit. Gotta go for the Hail Mary play. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Gotta go for it, man. Send it. Here we go. For now, we do have our standard opener. It's going to be a Rax Expand out of Thavo. Meanwhile, eGggz going Hatch, Gas Pool, and welcome one and all to Torches. Again, Torches being one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool is a very quirky map as well. Short rush distance by air, likewise short rush distance by ground as well. Doesn't take long at all to go from one end to the other end of the map. The natural is relatively secure in a sense. There is a ramp coming into the natural, but it's a very wide ramp. It's very wide, so even then it can be difficult to actually wall up, wall off, and to deny any kind of aggression from your opponent. Likewise, we also have the triangular third base. You can mine through these minerals and gain access to the center of the map. We have seen many a Terran player actually take this base, expand triangularly, and then go for the gold as a 4th base and A-Rax behind it. A-Rax it with the gold, and it is just such an intense and such an insane push that you can go for, especially if you wall off the area at your natural, so you can just focus all your attention on the main lane, the main flanking army, or the main attack path, I should say. So we'll see how well versed Thavo is on this map, whether he does try to expand towards his opponent, whether he does try to take the gold. Likewise, we also have a healing pad. The healing pad, unlike on Persephone, is open to all shapes, all sizes. Persephone is limited to ground units, but here on Torch is limited, not limited at all. You can heal up anything, including air units as well. So there's a healing pad. There's also another gold base here on the left hand side, which does at times come into play. Oh, Elizao's future. Is that accurate? Eh? There you go. Hold on, I'll double check. Is that future? I haven't seen him in game. I don't know if that's the case. I don't have anything saying that it's future, but I'll check out a game to see if future's in game. If he's in game, then that could be him. Otherwise, I don't know why we've been insinuating that. Now though, Hellion Reaper going to be zoned away. It is going to be a 3cc. No, yeah, 3cc before starport. Economic opener here by Thavo. It's going to be an economic opener. From here, getting into Banshees, getting into Stim. So far, this is the same build that we went for in the previous game. So far, so good. So far, we're building up. And it is the same setup here. So double E bays, we have a 5-rack setup behind this as well. I would imagine, especially if we do see Thavo, I mean, based on his expansion pattern here, it looks like he will take that triangle third. It is going to be more secure, and I would say it's going to be more difficult for eGGz to try to pull apart the attention of Thavo. Oh boy, again, this map is known and does favor 8-racks, and I do feel like it's going to be even more powerful on this map from the side of Thavo. We'll see how eGGz will handle himself. We'll see how he responds. So far, it's going to be, once again, Baneling Nest into a lair, into delayed upgrades, delayed double Evo chamber. Honestly, this is almost a mirror of game 1 when it comes to the builds. Thavo's going for the same build, and so is eGGz. But a lot of this will come down to the mid-game. eGGz, if you recall, he was able to pop off with that link drop. Overlord does scouts. Does get eyes on the 5-rack setup. Third base not being taken. eGGz, he has opened up the right-hand side of the map. Banshees, they hit the 4th. eGGz double expanding. And what's terrifying here is that we have a direct path right into the natural. Now he doesn't have to waste his time with the 3rd or with the 4th base. I say direct path into natural, direct path into the main. Oh boy. Oh, as the first Banshee does go down, massive pickoff. Get the Banshee. The other Banshee does stick around a little bit too long. Has to blow away. So far, it does pull away. You have eGGz just building up his own Link Bane, cutting workers here at 76, a solid drone count. But it all comes down to the aggression of Thavo. Behind this, he's still only on 5 racks though. Yeah, only on a 5-rack setup. Now working towards the armory and +2. Again, I would like to see him commit here into an ARAX, but I don't know if he will. Gases. Yeah, never mind. Sorry, I didn't notice taking his gases. Gases signifies second factory. Second factory is on the way. Fourth CC as well. Davo, he is not going for the ARAX. He's not going for the all-in. He's playing out a longer standard game. Which means eGGz is free to drone. And he does. There you go. eGGz, he's free to drone, free to saturate. He's building up a Lingbane Hydra. I do think there was an opportunity there, especially on this map. But Davo taking a slower approach instead. And his goal is to secure the gold. Rolling in. As eGGz will knock down the front door. Yeah, bust down that front door, bust into the mineral line. Davo out of position. And SCVs, they will be saved. Nice reaction. Bailey connects. But Davo should hold at the same time. Oh, Bailey's gonna crash into the main army, getting himself with the tanks. 1, 2, 3 tanks going down. Yeah, barely all 3. Tank count is reset, and Davo, he is hurting here. The problem is that eGGz can afford these losses. eGGz is on 85 drones. He can build up, rebuild, remax, set up again. Davo's punish here can hit quite hard though, assuming that Davo just keeps going. Oh, Baby's rolling in. Brutal connections. Davo, he's not stopping. Takes down those Zerglings. That has Zerglings pushing onto creep. We have a lurker there behind this. eGGz's wing conditioners against the lurkers again. He's almost there. Link Rama gets denied. Davo is in position. He pulls back with the main army. He does not go for the gold. Uh-oh. Doesn't go for the gold base. Pulls back instead. And we'll see what eGGz can get done. As he's setting up. That's a lot of Lingbane waiting for him. Davo stimming on forward as he stims in. eGGz ready for his run by. Oof. These are mine connections though. Oh my god. Yeah, the mine shots are brutal. Baiting run by comes in, but this time Davo, he's ready for it. Yeah, this time he's ready. This time he's in position. He breaks the expansion. Davo trading well. But the lurkers have arrived. Now he's aware. From here he can start taking up into ghosts. Getting his planetary up and running. And again, eGGz, he may have lost the base, but he did get away with lurker tech. The hive is done. Lurker upgrades are on the way. eGGz running up to 88. He has a booming economy. He can also go for the gold on the left hand side as well. But he needs to get more done. Oh, Bailey's to crash in. Decent trades. Does not get into the mineral line. Davo holds. Davo, he holds back at home. Davo, he's maxed out. Ay, ay, ay. He's maxed out, but he is stuck with a bio army with mainly marine. Can he break through these lurkers? eGGz trading very efficiently. Marines, they can't quite engage. At the same time, massive link run by. Catches reinforcements, busts into the natural. eGGz forcing back Davo. Davo, he races back home. He races all the way back. Lings, they get to the mineral lines. 16 SCVs going down. That's a lot of damage. Likewise, Davo moving out. Does break out here. Liberation has arrived. That's the answer to those lurkers. Yo, who needs ghosts when you have liberation back? Aye, aye, aye. Yeah, there's no academy. And Davo, he's breaking through. Breaks through the bases. eGGz getting ready for another massive run by, this time with lurkers. Vipers moving in. They go for the abductions. They do catch out the liberators. I want to believe they do, but alas, they do get away. And liberation setting up. One liberator goes down. Gets one. eGGz kind of committing to this. He's trying to. But the losses are brutal. The trades are insane. Lurkers are still holding their ground. But the tanks, they're moving in. Another tank does go down. The liberators have arrived. And he breaks through. He breaks through every single lurker. Davo, he has done it. At the same time, we have a massive counterattack going for the base raid. eGGz busts into the main. Davo, is he turning around? We gotta keep going. We gotta keep going, Bobby. Production's under fire. Davo having a hard time here deciding. A little bit of indecision. Does catch the mineral line. He's going for the third. Personally, I would love to go for the main, right? Go for the tech, go for the throat. But instead, Davo, he pulls away. Very nice mine connections. Mines on the Zerglings. Davo, he has control of that choke point. Stimming in, gets another mineral line. Meanwhile, the Great Migration. Davo, he abandons the main. Gets a mineral line. So it's 18 drones going down. Still has to take down bottom left. Still has to take down center right. Still has to keep going. All the widow mines. The armies are facing off. Davo supply blocked. Ooh, that's a brutal supply block. Davo, he has 2,000 minerals. He can't spend his money. He can't spend it. There's the abduction. Oh my god. Gets one. Abduction tank gets one, gets two tanks. The Vipers are so efficient. And Davo, he's still supply blocked. Just now breaking. No, still supply blocked. He still can't make any units. Like Davo, he has a bank, but he can't spend his money. He needs more depots. No shot, and it looks like eGGz, he may have just done it. Davo, he just can't spend his money. Not like this. Now Ikanas is losing units. Meanwhile, eGGz has control of the high ground. SCVs are going down. And again, the production here has been heavily delayed. Davo, he just could not spend his money. I mean, if he could, he may have just won this game. Think of the wave of reinforcements. Think of the pressure. Likewise, remember, Davo, he opted not to go for the natural, not to go for the main base. The tech was left untouched. Now he's racing back home. Rough decision to be made. And again, we could have seen an ace match. We could have seen the game 3. It was close. But last, it looks like eGGz has done it. Davo races back. There's the scan. Another scan on the left hand side. And another lurker. But there's still so many more lurkers here. eGGz, he's on 4 bases. eGGz has an economy. Abduction coming in. Gets a tank. Powerbomb on the medevacs. And again, eGGz, he has done it at this point. GG gets called, and eGGz, he will take the series 2-0, taking down Davo and advancing on to a qualifying match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations to eGGz as was claiming the series. A shout out to Davo. Again, I can see a world where Davo could have forced the ace match, both game 1 and even game 2. We had some very clutch moments, very intense moments here. Again, eGGz, he forced the base trade out of Davo. If it wouldn't be for that attempted base trade or that forced base trade, then honestly, Davo most likely would have forced the ace match then and there. Like, he had a booming army, he had a terrifying force to work with, but alas, he did run out of steam. He was forced back home. He was heavily supplied. Look, he couldn't spend his money. GG. GG, well played. With that, eGGz will claim the series, and that means that we are getting ready for our next matchup. We're getting ready for a qualifying match. Let's go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's refresh. Let's catch up. From the top, Astrea, he's still waiting for his opponent, still waiting for the winner of Mute and Inexorable. They did begin earlier, so they're currently mid-series. I think they're in either game 1 or game 2. Scrolling down, we have Master still mid-series against Draconics. Oh my god. Still mid-series. Still mid-series as they do face off. Likewise, Dolan versus Yen also mid-series as well. Again, this area of the bracket, it's so spicy. But they're all mid-series against each other. Scrolling down, we have Kelazhur up against Foxer in the next round. Again, I'm very unfamiliar with Kelazhur as well. Not too familiar with the player that is. Not too familiar, but again, Fox is going to be favored there. Scrolling down, we do have Kelazhur. Kelazhur, of course, was waiting for the winner of the series. Now we have him. It is going to be Kelazhur versus eGGz in the next round. In a best of 5 qualifying match. Let's go. That is going to be our next series. Now, our players need some time. They need some time to get their... They do need some time to get their matches underway, to get their Vitas going. So we do have some downtime. Here. So for the time being, we'll be going on a break. We're going to go on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have a qualifying match. See you soon after the break. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the EWC the Esports World Cup 2025 America's Open Qualifier number 2. Welcome back to our first qualifying match of the broadcast. Here we go. Welcome back to our first best of 5, and spawning in the top left hand corner of Persephone we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Kelazhur. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner we have as opponent, we have the Colombian Zerg player, the red Zerg. It is eGGz. Hello, Evito, Bobby. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 5 qualifying match. It's going to be an interesting one here. Again, both players are, I would say, some of the best players in all of Latino America, but likewise, both players have also been a little bit inactive, especially during the off-season. We've seen less of eGGz, and we've seen less of Kelazhur. They did take some time off. Now they're here, now they are back, and how do they compare to each other? We're here to find out. Historically, I would say that Kelazhur is favored, but in current StarCraft, it's harder to say. It is hard to say. For now, though, 2x Reaper. 2x Reaper out of Kelazhur. We might see a 3x in the main. We could commit a little bit harder here, but for the time being, it is going to be 2x Reaper here from our Terran to get across the map, to wreak some havoc, to contain the Zerg on 2 bases, and to get an economic lead early on, to make the Zerg as uncomfortable as possible. Let's go. And us go. Meanwhile, I believe other qualifying matches are underway as well as we speak. I believe they are underway. Also, I do apologize. I didn't realize that we were the only English casters today. I'm a little bit surprised. I swear I saw Steadfast earlier. I think Steadfast, yeah, he was with us. He was casting the European qualifier. He was covering the European qualifier, and I just assumed that he would do the same and cover the NA qualifier as well. A little bit surprised that that didn't happen. I hope everything's okay. Hope all is well in the household of Monsieur Steadfast. But yeah, usually we have at least one other English caster alongside us, but not today, surprisingly, not today. So it's just ourselves, Cosmos, and Enki. Enki, of course, casting in Spanish, and Cosmos, of course, casting in Portuguese or Brazilian. Oh, as one drone goes down already. Aye. One drone, 2 Lings. Nice damage already here from the side of Kelazhur. And he's not done. We have more Reapers on the way. Now, bear this in mind, it's 2x Reaper into a natural base. The natural is already on the horizon. Already building up, and we do check, we do confirm, we do rotate, and we get eyes on the hatchery. Ooh, Kelazhur overextends. Yeah, it does overextend. A little bit of miscontrol as well. Does pull away the wrong Reaper. And eGGz, he's holding on, and it looks like eGGz, he should save the base. If Kelazhur didn't lose his Reaper, then he could force a cancel, but after losing one of his Reapers here, he's down to 3, soon to be up to 4 Reapers. Yeah, that's not enough. Not enough to force a cancel. Honestly, eGGz has a pretty nice start here. Pretty strong start to the game. Roach 1 has been thrown down. eGGz rushing into Roaches. The Reapers there denied the scouts. Ooh, they don't get behind the mineral line. More importantly, though, Link Speed kicks in. Gets 1. Takes out 1 Reaper. What I was going to say, more importantly, Kelazhur, he does not scout the gas. He does not check the gases. He is not aware. Not aware of what's going on. So Kelazhur's in the dark. Now, the other dangerous thing here, the dangerous thing about going for a Roach push, and the dangerous thing for Kelazhur is his production. Everything is here on the low ground. So typically a Roach push and Roach aggression can gain control of the low ground, and the Terran player just lifts. They just lift the CC, they get a bunker on the high ground, and they just defend on 2 bases. They get a 3rd CC, and then they break out and the game continues. But here it's very different. Here, if Kelazhur loses control of the natural, he loses control of the production, because everything is here. Both Raxes, the factory, and the starport as well. It's all centralized at that natural base, and eGGz, he's going for the kill. He's going for the all-in. Roach, Ravager, Ling all-in here from eGGz. It does cut workers at 24. He's not droning. He's not saturating. It's all or nothing. And Kelazhur, he just now knows. Now he confirms. Now he realizes. And can he do anything about it? There's a Liberator on the way. Marauder production has begun. No bunker. The bunker just now starting. It's so heavily delayed here. And we'll see if Kelazhur can buy time. Let's see if he can buy some time. Files on the depot. Tech lab goes down. Hellions, they deterring kind of Lings. Speaking of, the first Marauder actually going to be targeted down. He gets the Marauder, the Biles. Oh my god, they've rained down on the army. And the army zoned away from the bunker. The bunker will complete, but it doesn't matter. There's only one Marine in said bunker. Likewise, Lings are flooding in. Files zoning back the Hellions. Oh my god, forcing him back. And eGGz has done it. eGGz, he has done it. He has broken the natural, surrounds the Hellions, breaks out the bunker, busts into the mineral line, and again, there's just nothing here. And again, we cannot afford to give up the natural. Not like this. Just camping that production. And again, eGGz just abusing this position here from Kelazhur. Taking down every single SCV, at least in the natural. Now moving into the main. Boys are being pulled. Hellion gets targeted. There is a Banshee on the way. The Banshee will eventually defend, but at what cost? At what cost? As Lings, they flood into the main. Oh, Files didn't quite connect. But nice kiting here from eGGz. Again, collapsing on top of those Hellions. Gets into the natural. Lings, they drew line up for a moment, but alas, they're just collapsing on top of the Hellions. They collapse in. The final Hellion is going to go down. There's no way out of this. There's no way out. And eGGz looking to kick things off with a win. With a cheeky win here. Oh my, the mules are crazy. Triple CC. Triple orbital, triple mule. But GG gets called an eGGz, and he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. eGGz, he will take a lead in the series again. Was able to punish Kelazhur. Kelazhur, he was not able to scout the Roach War, and not just that. What's important, he didn't see the gas. The gas is easier to scout, easier to confirm in the main, but it was not seen by Kelazhur, and without that, he had no information, he had no realization of what was happening until it was too late. Until it was already knocking down his front door. GG. Whew, GG, well played with that eGGz. They'll take lead in the series, and we'll see if Kelazhur can bounce back. I mean, we know he can, but will he? Pressure is on. The pressure is on. Glad you're here for a second. Oh, thank you. Like, no, thank you, thank you. Here we go. Meanwhile, Cosmos has joined us, which means did the Masters series finish? That would have been fast. No shot. I'll be honest, I assumed that Cosmos was with Master. Oh no, sorry, he was with an Inexorable. Ah, I see. Went to the ace match, went mute. Mute takes down an Inexorable, and I believe they're in a qualifying match. Likewise, Master, he's waiting for the winner of Dolan and Yen. Meanwhile, Future, I believe Future did take down Fox 3-0, and Future, he is now qualified for the closed qualifier. Congratulations to Future. Someone was asking about Elizayo earlier, and I believe Elizayo is Future. I believe that is the case. So Future, he has made it through. But here we go. We're now getting into our next game and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Bottom left-hand corner here of Leylines. We have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is a Kelazhur. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. Oh my god, he's going for a 13-12? What is happening? Jesus. We have the Colombian Zerg player himself, the Red Zerg. It is eGGz. Ay. Okay. Sorry, it's just a little bit caught off guard here. Now, Bane busts aren't really seen too often in this matchup. I would imagine this has to be for a Roach Rush, right? That would make the most sense in my mind, to open up Lings and then to go for a Roach One behind this. We'll see how eGGz does piece this all together. Technically, you can Bane bust with this as well. True, you can. We have access to early Link speed. But we'll see. Is it Link speed or is it Roaches? What's it going to be? As eGGz, he is looking to be hyper aggressive here. We have the answer at Link speed. Okay, Link speed, not Roaches. And he pulls out a gas, so not going for a Bane bust, just a Link flood. Okay, so Lings are amassing. Meanwhile, Kelazhur going for his SCV scout, thankfully, is moving out with the SCV. And we'll see what he can scout, we'll see what he can confirm. But yes, we are going to be joined by Cosmos, by Enki as well. Fala galera, papi. Fala galera. See Dinagano in the chat. Meanwhile, eGGz, he does sneak out across the map. He hides the Lings. The SV does scout. The SV does confirm that the hatchery is so late, so delayed. Lings are revealed that he does get across the map, going for the Reaper. Ooh, doesn't quite get this around. Ling speed is still in production. He will delay the CC. He will get that at least. Marina's on the way. SV goes down. And right now, the goal here should be to bait out the Reaper. Should be to pull away, bait out the Reaper, then surround. Ling speed is done in 8 seconds. Lings, they back off. More Lings are amassing, and soon we can pull the straight. He's going for it. Yeah, he does go for it. There goes Ling speed kicks in. Reaper pulls away, and the Reaper does go down. Massive pick off. But the wall is open. Yeah, the wall is up. The wall is up and running. The CC is going to be delayed. Behind this, eGGz is droning. eGGz is droning up, taking an expansion. Does force a cancel, but he cannot break the main. Not like this. Meanwhile, Kelazhur building up one base. Going for Hellions, going for a CC on the high ground. And is this enough damage is the question. Kelazhur's up in workers. And he's up in workers here. He's going for his 1-1-1 setup. eGGz, he will eventually catch up and eventually overtake as he's running up as hard as possible. But the question becomes, is eGGz going to be ready here for the follow-up? What are we going for? Oh, a reacted Hellion. Reacted Hellions are building up. eGGz, he is claiming his third. Basically, can eGGz survive against a Hellion counterattack? There's going to be a lot of Hellions. Likewise, Tech Lab and also been, so it's going to be a Hellion Cloak Banshee. Lings, they confirm.
Our forces are under attack.
Overload into the main. You want to make sure there's no Hellbat push or BCs. eGGz just ensuring what's going on. Behind this, he does need a higher queen count. He's only on 3. Only 3 queens. Future's really good. Yeah. Future is pretty good. It's pretty good. It's crazy. Hellions are being active. Behind this, going for the faster lair. This is what, like a 4-minute lair timing? Jesus. So really early lair here out of eGGz. Going for roaches. So it's going to be a roach follow-up. Hellions poking in. So far, eGGz in position. eGGz is ready. As Kelazhur is not stopping Hellion production, by the way. He's up to 7, soon to be up to 9 Hellions. 9 Hellions here for Kelazhur. Does build up. That's Kelazhur moving out. Being active, looking for a way in. Tempted to dive. He's going for it. Yeah, he does go for the dive. Lings are somewhat in position. Forced to engage. But not yet. But nice movement here from Kelazhur. Does kite away. Shuts down all the Lings. There's even a chamber block. But the drones are stacking up. No, the stacking. Yeah, drones are stacking. 2 drones going down from now. Up to 5, up to 7. 7 drones do fall. At the same time, Banshees, they do hit the 3rd base. And eGGz, he's just torn apart. He's just torn apart. This is game-winning damage. 18 drone kills. We spoke about it. The question becomes, or the question after the attack was, will eGGz survive the Hellion counterattack? The answer is no. The answer is eGGz will be crippled. 21 drone kills. And now he's forced into an all-in, but that's what the Banshees are for. They hit to shut down the Roaches. The Roaches, they do nothing. We have a handful of Lings. We have Overlord Speed on the way. It looks like a German taxi. It looks like an all-in German taxi here from eGGz. But he is so stifled. Here come the Dropper Lords, here come the Queens. eGGz, he's down to 27 workers. He barely has an economy. Ay. He just did not do enough in the early game. Did not do enough damage. And Diego, He's here to ensure that there's just no way back into this. Now, he will miss the all-in as the Roachling does move out. He will spot the Dropper play. That is a tell. He knows. Oh my god. One queen goes down. And back at home, we have a full wall. We have a bunker. We have tanks on the way as well. The Hex, he cannot touch this wall. Not on his own or with just Lings. He needs Ravagers. So, one Ravager. Oh god. Oh god. One Ravager's on the way. Let's go. There's no making this. Like, Kelazhur does pull a couple of boys just to be safe. Got the one Ravager. The Banshees, they can turn around. They can and they will. Oh, being caught by the Queens. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Nice control there by eGGz. Dodge it in the Banshees. Now up to 2, soon to be 3 Ravagers. Let's go. Speaking of 3 Ravagers, we have 3 bunkers. And eGGz is still not droning. eGGz is still hyper committed. Just now spreading creep. Miles on the wall. Kelazhur in the midst of expanding. Now, eGGz does have a massive amount of links here. If he can knock down that wall, if he can knock down the wall, then he can send it. Even then, it's not going to be easy, but it's possible. Marines, they stim in, they catch a queen. Catch out a queen. There it does pull away. Does pull away. Nice steaming on the Ravager. Lings, they try to engage, but they cannot. Yeah, the position here, the choke point is just too brutal. GG gets called. The writing was on the wall. And Kelazhur ties up the series at 1-1. We have a back and forth. GG, well played. Again, it was a cheeky build there by eGGz initially, going for the 13-12 and rushing into early link speed, but unfortunately he did not do enough damage. He was able to cancel the CC, that is true, but he needed more than that. And again, he just wasn't quite able to pull it off. GG. Congratulations. Congratulations. Here we go. As we are getting into our next game, getting into game number 3, and we'll see how this story ends. We'll see how this story continues. Here we go. So I don't see eGGz doing that again. I will say that. Don't see him doing it again. Here we go. So we are getting to our next game here as we're looking to determine who will take a lead in the series. Will this go the way of our Terran or our Zerg player? Let's go. We're here to find out. As spawning in the right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the blue Terran tying out the series, fighting back, putting a point on the board. It is Kelazhur. It is Diego. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the Colombian Zerg player, the red Zerg, being forced into a tight series. We'll see if we bring it back. It is eGGz. Here we go. And this time, we're droning. This time, eGGz, he's droning up. This time, eGGz, he is expanding as well. It's crazy. I know. He is expanding. He's droning. We are settling in. We're calming down. Again, last game he went for a 13-12, like crazy gas for shenanigans. It was wild, but not this time. We have much more, as we have much more standard starts. Likewise, both players can now embrace some more standard early to mid game, but we are loading into Ultra Love. True, welcome on to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is one of the smaller maps in the map pool, one of the more aggressive maps as well. We've seen a lot of German taxis, we've seen a lot of Araxes, we've seen a lot of all-ins. Now, because aggression is often favored on this map, I lean towards eGGz not playing Ling Bane, but playing Roaches instead. Typically, Roach play is considered to be safer in this matchup, to be much safer and to be much more secure, but it does come down to eGGz. Does come down to our Zerg player here. See how he does approach this. Likewise to our Terran as well. So now we are building up. No shenanigans yet. We'll keep an eye open here for the timing of the starport, for the timing of the CC, for the tech of choice, how the gas is going to be spent out of eGGz. Now everything's looking normal, at least for now. As the Reaper does poke in. Does poke in. Once again, just going to be threatening third CC before the starport, so economic follow-up here out of Kelazhur. Everything looking normal from our Terran player. And likewise, eGGz still droning, claiming his third base, keeping up with the Reapers. There's nothing to hide, but Kelazhur just trying to make sure that that's the case. I mean, again, eGGz has been very aggressive this series, so I do not blame Kelazhur at all for being wary of the shenanigans. Don't blame him. Likewise, behind this, there's that tech lab on the ranks, getting ready for the add-on swap into, once again, Reaper Hellion. Now, what haven't we seen here from eGGz yet? I mean, we did see some straight-up Ling Bane against Tavito, at least. We did see that. True, true. Did have that kind of play from eGGz. But we should soon be seeing our tech. We should soon be seeing any kind of confirmation here of that Roach Warren or the Bailey Nest. Meanwhile, Cloak is on the way, as to be expected. We did see the add-on swap set up earlier. Everything looking as it should here. Hellions are building up. Hellions are poking across the map. Doesn't quite commit. Just rotating over. But now just going to be rotating. Likewise, double Evo Chamber confirms Ling Bane. I mean, by now we would have already seen a Roach Warren, so double Evo Chamber, a little bit of a greedier response here out of eGGz, but I want to say this is the most standard game that we've seen so far of our players. Let's go. We haven't actually experienced proper Ling Bane against bio play. The reason for this is, remember, game one, Kelazhur did go for the initial 2x Reaper, and we did see eGGz punish it with Roaches. And we had game two, of course, with eGGz going for the crazy early gas and early Ling Flood. But now we have some standard play. Ooh, getting up to a 5-rack setup. This feels like the beginning of an 8-racks. This does feel like the beginning of the end here. Of a 3-base all-in. Meanwhile, eGGz still holding his own. Holding his own, building up. Gonna secure himself. Again, still looking for a way in. Just clearing up a lot of creep, actually. Creep is going down. Rotates back over towards the mineral line. Ooh. Drone's under fire for a moment. Clear that out, be careful. Banshees, they get a queen. Queen goes down, Spore out of position. And more workers going to be falling. This is getting out of hand. This is already becoming a little bit too much. Queens have to respond, but again, they're out of position. The Spore relocates. repositions, and once again, that's going to be 6 drone kills. Lings, they do force the CC to lift, and Hellions are going down. Okay. Oh my god, they get roasted though. The Lings, they get roasted. Hellions, they survive, they defend, they protect the third base. Now Kelazhur can land, and the Banshees, they back off. The Banshees did escape, did survive. Ay, ay, ay. As Kelazhur gets the hell out of there. Does pull out. X still looking for a way in. But again, X took just so much economic damage. Right now, he's behind. Like, X has to redraw, has to resaturate. Behind this, taking into a fast infestation pit. This can lead into fast ultras. But Kelazhur is already here. He's already pushing out. And X is not ready. X is not ready for this. Has to back up, has to pull away. The base is under fire. X does catch reinforcements. Getting some SCVs, not bad. Nice kiting here from Kelazhur, getting us over the Queens. No, the Queens are going to go down as well. Yeah, Queens, they try to commit in. Tank boys are brutal. One Queen does fall. Yeah, gets one. Oh, gets two. And now we have reinforcements. Now he defends back at home. Getting even more Queens. X is holding though. X is holding. Oh, good. He's holding on for now. Banshees, they get another Queen. And that's happening until 5. 5 Queens and 105 Lings. That's a lot of Zerglings. He's not done. Yeah, Kelazhur, he maintains momentum. Eggs, he's still in trouble. Banelings, they're about to be found. They do get caught out. They're denied. Eggs trying to be active. Trying to do whatever he can to just force Kelazhur back home. And X is redroning. He's redroning, getting into Baneling speed. Hive is on the way. I'm really curious to see what this Hive is for. Is it just for Vipers, or do we really plan on rushing into Ultras? I mean, that would in a sense, I mean, tech-wise it makes sense. There's no Hydrogen, so it would have to be Ultras. Oh. These Banshees are still gaining value though. Still gaining so much value. Kelazhur stepping in. Oh, we'll take a fungal to the face. Very nice fungal. Yeah, the fungals are on point and massive connections, and this is what Eggs needed. Kelazhur still ahead, but Eggs, he does fight back. Does fight back. Very nice fungal. Ooh, has to be careful not to throw away that lead or throw away his advantage. As Kelazhur still has more momentum. Another fungal grazes the army. Shuts down some of those Lings. Those are still pushing forward. Going for the expansion. And he will get it just barely in time. Hot pickup. Ooh, does save all the Medivacs. Doesn't lose a single unit. Better trades here from Kelazhur. Likewise, dropping back into the main. Catching out more workers. More drones going to be falling. As Kelazhur maintains that lead, getting a 4th. Remember, he wasn't 8-raxing, he was only setting up 5. Just a 5-rack setup. We spoke about the Ultra Cavern. There it is. Ultra Cavern has been thrown down alongside the Spire, but the problem is that X has no money. X, he has no economy here. He lost bases, he lost workers. He's still only on 70 workers as well. He has to redrone, he still has to resaturate. Like, these have been some rough losses here for Eggs. And Kelazhur is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. Getting out of control. Dropping into the main. Oh my god. Bungles, they catch some of the army at least. Likewise. Oh my god, that's a kill. Late reaction there by Kelazhur. He did not lift in time. That was a kill, not a cancel, not a lift right at all. 17 SCVs. Okay. eGGz getting damage done. Meanwhile, he defends back at home. Ultras are revealed, but oh god, he's still losing bases. Oh, for every one thing that eGGz gets across the map, like Kelazhur, he just responds in kind. And then some. Gets another expansion. Takes down 12 drones, going back into the main. The spawning pool's on half HP. Shouldn't get it though. Yeah, should not get it. As he is cleaned up. We can see Kelazhur rotating over towards the right hand side. Bailings are limited. 3-3s on the way. Kelazhur, does he have a Ghost Academy? He does not. No Academy. Does he need it though? How many Ultras? One. One Ultra. Kindness plating is a factor. Okay, is done. That Ultra is tanky. It doesn't matter. The mass marine is too much. And again, eGGz, he just can't afford anything here. That's the problem. He just lost so many bases, so many workers. Those are pushing forward. I mean, Fungal's here on the Medivacs at least. That's all that eGGz is really getting. Lingsley once again counter-attack. He wants that CC again. He wants it. He wants the base. Gets into the mid-line. Gets more CVs. 7 more workers going down. Again, not bad. Taking down a tank as well. These are nice little pickoffs here and there, but not good enough. Kelazhur switching into Marauder production. Still no Ghost. Still no Ghost Academy. Would make things easier, but I mean, Kelazhur doesn't need it, to be honest. He's fine. He's perfectly fine. Back. Kelazhur has to calm down. Falling back, Kelazhur is about to max out. Again, I do feel like he can afford a Ghost Academy if he so chose to. Let's get into Ghost and make things a lot easier. Just saying. Nice kiting. Pulls back against the Bailings. Starts stepping against eGGz. eGGz, he just wants hugs. Oh my god. The mind shot's slow. Yeah, brutal connections. GG gets called. The writing was on the wall for quite some time here in Kelazhur. Diego, he will take a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. Oh my god, and again, it was just a really rough start. The initial Hellion Banshee aggression was insane from Kelazhur, able to deal so much damage across the map. Likewise, eGGz, he couldn't quite counterattack. He had a hard time dealing with the first push. I'm referring to the bio tank push after the economic damage. eGGz was just on the back foot from almost the beginning, from the initial Hellion Banshee aggression, and he couldn't quite recover. There were some nice moments, like the Ling run by. They got 17 SCVs and they got a base, true. The Fungal as well. Like, there were some nice moments there for eGGz, but only moments. And the reality is that still didn't really help him recover economically. Despite killing a base, despite killing a mineral line, he was also losing like 12 drones across the map. Like, it didn't matter, unfortunately. It allowed him to stay in the game longer, but didn't allow him to recover. It shows just how much damage Kelazhur had dealt. Was brutal. GG. GG well played. With that, Kelazhur is on match point. Kelazhur, Diego, he needs one more game to claim the series. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can. The pressure is on. Well, pressure's on eGGz, I should say, to recover, to bounce back. Let's go. Let us go. As up next, we're going to be loading into Tokamak. Tokamak is going to be game 4. And again, I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping that we can sink our teeth into this series. The pressure is on eGGz. Tokamak is known for more longer macro games. Your bases are safer here because the rush distance by ground is longer. The bases are just more defendable as well. So again, we should be seeing eGGz having a bit of an easier time this time against the Hellion Banshee aggression. But we'll see. It still comes down to the player micro, to the player control. here we go. Spawning in the right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the blue Terran leading the series 2-1, and 1 game away from claiming the series. It is Kelazhur. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player from Colombia down in the series 2-1, but 1 game away from forcing the ace match. Can he bring us to game 5? It is eGGz. eGGz got egged. Oh no. I appreciate that we're not sticking to the same pun. You know, we already had someone we already had eGGz's opponent getting scrambled earlier. Someone got egged. We need to boil someone. We need to Can eGGz flip Kelazhur sunny side up? Can he let's go. Can he poach him? Who's gonna get poached? And now I'm just thinking about French toast. That's I'm not even hungry. Like I had noodles earlier. I'm very full. Very full. But it's been a hot minute. It's been a good amount of months, if not a year. So since I had some nice French toast. Good amount of months. But now we do have our standard openers here back at home for the most part. Nothing too crazy yet. Again, welcome to Tokamak. As we mentioned before, longer rush distance by ground here on this map. Is longer rush distance by ground. And again, the 3rd and 4th bases are a little bit more centralized. On a lot of these other maps, the 3rd and 4th bases are more spread out. So they're a little more spread out. They're a little more isolated. And on top of that, usually these rocks are not here. On the other maps like Pylon, on the other maps like Maganatha as well, and I'm sure there are other examples that I can't name off the top of my head. Persephone, the area in between is open, and as a result, the aggressing player can rotate between the 3rd, the natural, and the 4th base as well. But here on Tokamak, that's not the case. Here we have rocks, so again, it is just more defendable. There are a lot of features here that do help when it comes to set early game defense. So we often see longer games. Often, but not always. You can still be aggressive in other ways, of course. We'll see how our players will approach this. Speaking of being aggressive, in mind, Roachhorn. Roachhorn's on the way. We can see that we have Link Speed on the way at a regular timing, but eGGz, he stays in gas. He stays in gas. Does commit. Does double down. Oh. As they do sneak out across the map. They will delay. And again, this forces Reaver back home. I'll show you this does tell us this wasn't earlier pool timing. And earlier gas timing as well. So Link Speed does kick in, so my apologies. Was earlier Link Speed, earlier Links, and earlier Roaches as a result. Let's go. So 8 Roaches on the way. Now, I believe behind this we can still drone. This doesn't have to be an all-in. This can just be to maintain control of the natural and then drone up behind it. But that is Lings on the way. We're going to be reinforcing with Lings. eGGz, he's committing. Likewise, the gas that he's banking up, he can spend on Ravagers. Speaking of, there we go. Ravagers are on the way. And Kelazhur now scouts. Now he knows he does spot the Roaches. Behind this, what are we setting up? Banshee's on the way. No bunker on the high ground. No bunker on the low ground either. We need a bunker somewhere. Without them, the Roaches have arrived. They force their way in. Boys being pulled away. Ooh, and eGGz, can he get on top of that depot? He can. Yeah, the depot will not raise. Hellions do what they can as well. They mow through some of those Roaches. But the Roaches are just so tanky. And eGGz, he breaks in. He does bust in. 2 Hellions left. Down to 2 Hellions. The Banshee has arrived. Ooh, file, friendly fire. 12, 14 SCVs. That's a good start, but ideally we need more. eGGz, he's still behind economically. eGGz, he still only has 21 drones. against the 26 SCVs of Kelazhur, and Kelazhur, he holds, he shuts down the aggression. Kelazhur, he still has the higher worker count, still has a better economy. Likewise, he still has map control as well as the Banshees do move out. Eggs, overload speed. Overload speed, this typically signifies an all-in. So the initial aggression failed. It did not do enough. So we just double down and we get ready for the next wave. We get ready for the Queen drop. We get ready for the Drop of Lords. See, matter of fact, let's get out across the map. Does get out, does nibble away at the drones. Overload speed is still on the way. No detection. Yeah, no, Jesus. No, it just sank in, but no detection, Pappy. Aye. The one hero Cloak Banshee before the all-in could get going, before we can load up any kind of Drop of Lords. The Cloak Banshee pops off. GG, well played, and Kelazhur will qualify for the EWC Esports World Cup 2025 America's Closed Qualifier. GG, well played. Aye. Again, I myself am a little bit tired, a little bit fatigued, just because we have been casting for quite some time. We've been up for quite some time casting, but regardless, GG, well played. Again, unfortunately, no detection, no setup, no overseer, no spore, so the Cloak Banshee does straight up in the game. Even without it, it was a really rough position for Eggs. Eggs, he did not do enough damage earlier. He was able to kill some workers, but we did point out that after the aggression subsided, despite being all in initially, despite being hyper aggressive, Eggs, he was down in workers. He was still down in workers. He was still not quite where he needs to be economically, and with that, GG, well played. Congratulations. Congratulations to Kelazhur as he does qualify for the closed qualifier. And the question becomes, who's up next? What's going on? What is remaining here? I can already answer that, but let's have a look together. Let's have a look together here. Let's check out the brackets from the top. What do we have? We have Astrea. Astrea, he's up against Mute. Mute did take down Inexorable 2-1, and Astrea took down Akedon 2-0 as well. So Astrea versus Mute, they're mid-series in a PvP. They're currently 6 minutes into their game. Scrolling down, we do have our next set of matches. We have Master. Master takes down the Draconics 2-0. Dolan takes down Yen 2-1. Went all the way to the Ace match. That was a long TBT, but Dolan is now up against Master in a qualifying match as well. So we have two qualifying matches underway. So now in future, we did mention earlier, here that that future is Elizayo. So again, future, he does qualify 3-0 over Foxer. Foxer does go down. Future does qualify for the closed qualifier, and we just covered Kelazhur, Diego. Kelazhur does take down Eggs 3-1, likewise also qualifying for the closed qualifier as well. So 2 matches are done, and we have 2 more on the way. We have Master versus Dolan and Astrea versus Mute. Now, of course, Dolan is an ex-CranKy Duckling, so I am very much so looking forward to covering that series. They're 2 minutes in. So Astrea and Mute, they're 8 minutes into the game. Dolan and Master, they're 2 minutes into the game. They actually just got into the lobby just as we came out. Just as we came out of the game, they just got in. So bit of we just missed them. Bit of a feels bad, man. But they are mid-series, and that is a series that I'm hoping to jump into most. But we'll see. We shall see. As Astrea just got out of game. I don't know what game Astrea and Mute are in, as in whether they are in game 1, game 2, or game 3. But if they are available and if they're about to open up a lobby, I'll be honest, I kind of want to wait. I kind of want to wait for Dolan. I want to wait, man. I want to wait. As they are Astrea and Mute, they're just now out of game, and we're trying to figure out what's going on with their series. Sorry, just messaging some players. Team Hellfire. But I'm pretty sure Master and Dolan are still like in the early stages of their series. Like, I don't think they're in game 3. No shot. No shot. Boy, just catching up. We just got an update. We have confirmation. Astrea, he just took down Mute 3-0, and Astrea has now qualified for the America's Closed Qualifier. So GG, well played. Astrea versus Mute, they just wrapped up. They just concluded, which means there is one series left. Dolan versus Master. That's it. That's all that's left here. And we're waiting. I'm happy to wait. I'm happy to wait. Again, I think they might be in game 2. I'm hoping they're not in game 3. It's possible we might just wait for nothing, but we'll sit down. We'll wait for Dolan and Master. Here we go. Korea qualifiers are here. I just saw in the chat. Oh no. Something eggs Benedict. Eggs is scrambling to defend, but on the sunny side, he might manage to poach some workers. You're all animals. You're all animals. Aye. But GG, well played. So for the time being, there's only one series that's ongoing. It's only Dolan versus Master. So we have to wait. So we're gonna wait. We're gonna go for a bit of a break here. We're gonna have a little bit of downtime, and we are waiting for Dolan and Master's series to open up for us. And once it does, we will look to jump in. We will look to jump in. So until then, we're going to be going on a short break. Likewise, you can take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water. We're nearing the end of the broadcast. Again, Dolan and Master, they're close to concluding their series, or at least they're halfway through, I would imagine. So we'll find out soon enough. In a couple of minutes. See you then. A couple of minutes. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final qualifying match here of tonight's broadcast of the EWC Esports World Cup 2025, America's Open Qualifier number 2. Oh boy, we just went through a plethora of matches, and of course, we already have 3 players confirmed. We have Astrea, we have Future, and we have Kelazhur. We have three players confirmed through into the closed qualifier, and we have 1 slot left. This slot. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the Brazilian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Hellfire. Leading the series 2-1, it is Master. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the American Terran player. We have the orange Terran representing Team Detonate. It is Dolan. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats, as it is Gamba time. Now again, we are jumping in mid-series. They were of course facing off while we were covering Kelazhur versus eGGz, and they have made it all the way here to game 4. Personally, regardless of how this goes, give me an ace match. I want a game 5. I want us to go the distance here, but the pressure is on, and we'll see how our Terran player responds. Now, for those who are unaware, Dolan, he is a very aggressive, very unique player. I say unique, he does come up with his own builds. He comes up with his own builds. He does have his own more aggressive style, more quirky nature, and we often do see some more interesting all-ins out of Dolan. So, double gas opener into a faster factory. We're loading into Pylon. Pylon already favors all-ins as well, so we expect an aggressive build here from Dolan. From the side of Master, it's on him to defend, to survive the aggression of Dolan, and to weather the storm and claim the game and the series. Would've one more game is all he needs to advance on into the closed qualifier. Oh boy. Here we go. As of course we are a little bit biased here. Dolan, he's an ex-CranKy Duckling. For those who are unaware, the CranKy Ducklings, we once did house quite a pro team. We had Miguelito, we had Vindicta, we had Patty Mac, and we had Dolan as the NA roster. When it comes to the Latin American roster, we had Neo, we had Ryu, we had Eric as well. I mean, Ryu and Eric are still technically on the team. They're very much so inactive nowadays, but of course we still hold them near and dear to our hearts. Likewise, when it comes to the NA roster, no longer are they with the CranKy Ducklings, but again, we're still very fond of them. Still very fond. Mijitos, papi, mijitos. Regardless, here we go. Behind this, we do have the initial Hellion opener. From the Hellion, we have the reactor on the racks, we have the tech lab on the factory. From here, we can go for an add-on swap, or we can commit into early tanks or early cyclone production. Oh boy. Meanwhile, Dolan does slip into the main. Does slip in. Likewise, does threaten those stalkers. Does threaten. Of course, if you missed it, Dolan did play, of course, did compete at DreamHack Dallas. Did take down Jimmy on stage, of course. They were competing on stage, on the mainstream. And of course, Dolan's strongest matchup is TVP. This is where he can be the most aggressive and he has the most flexibility. And Jimmy had a hard time. And we'll see if Master can do what Jimmy could not. We'll see if Dolan can replicate that success. Ooh, as both Reapers do go down. We do get a full scout of the main base. This is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Master. Meanwhile, another force field. Very nice force field usage here from Master. Locking down those Hellions, locking down the aggression, and does defend. Behind this, tech labs are done, and we were curious what was going to be done with those tech labs. We have tank production, we have Banshee production as well. Again, it's going to be quite committed here out of Dolan, going for tanks and going into Cloak Banshee. We've actually seen a lot of Cloak Banshee tonight in a plethora of matches, and we've seen a lot of Cloak Banshees win, just straight up win games against Zerg and against Terran in tonight's broadcast. And we'll see that trend continues for the time being. Ooh, extra gateways on the way. Blink is not being researched. I assumed it was Blink Stalker, but no, we are rushing into early charge. Now, I think this is a really smart way to play against Dolan. Early charge is very safe. We've spoken about this before, but charge lots, especially early on, they can completely shut down tank pushes. Tank pushes are vulnerable to this. Hero, he even went for this kind of build, this kind of style, this kind of response during the GSL finals a couple of weeks ago against Cure in that TVP. So with this, we have a 4-gate setup going into the Robo, going into the Temple Archives. That Robo does mean that we will have detection. That's a Robo before the expansion. And again, this is all on 2 bases. In a standard game, in an economic game, we would already see a third. There'd already be a third base by now instead of all this tech. But Master, he's intentionally staying on 2 bases, taking his gases, and this is just really safe play out of Master. Dolan, on the flip side, is doubling down. We have more Raxes, so we have a 3-1-1 setup, E-base on the way for +1, and again, Dolan does often commit on 2 bases, especially on Pylon. Like, this map is known for 2-base all-ins and 2-base play, so Master is kind of, in a way, almost hard countering. There's a scan. Scan reveals no expansion. Scan reveals Zealots. You don't see this many Zealots without good reason. Dolan knows charge. He knows a charge is done. So Dolan is fully aware thanks to that scan, immediately walls up. Immediately he does wall up, he does wall off, bunkers are being thrown down, depot as well. This also tells us that Dolan probably has already played against his style in this series. Most likely already faced off against it. And here we go. Third TC in the main. Third command center in the main base. Stim is on the way. +1 alongside it. Yo, shout out to Vicintin in the chat. Fala galera, papi, fala galera. Oh my god, it's been a long time. Been a long time. Vicintin, if I remember correctly, used to be a caster back in the day. Used to be a caster. Like back in 2020, 2021. It's been a couple of years. Been a couple of years. Este Vicintin. Good to see you. Good to see you. As for now, we can see that the Master is waiting outside of the bases. Banshees, they poke into the main. They poke into the natural. Sorry, the natural in the third. Gonna be zoned away. Scan reveals. Setup scan reveals the High Templar and the Storm. Again, really good scan usage here by Dolan. I know that Vendetta does this quite often as well. Not afraid to scan just to confirm what's going on. Confirm what they're up against. Mind drop moving out. And again, on the one hand, ideally Dolan did want to be aggressive, but because Master's third base is so delayed, he doesn't have to be. Just building up towards the longer game state, towards the mid game. Scan into the main, reveals that the Bay just got thrown down, so Colossal production on the horizon. This will tell Dolan to start working towards Vikings. Banshees, they go between the bases, they can one-shot, but the cannons are in position. So far getting 2 probes. Plenty of space behind the main. Plenty of space. Drop into the mineral line. Oh. And a bit of a scramble. Oh my god, a bit of a scramble here for the defense. Cull workers do go down. Dolan does save one Widow Mine, and it will not save the other. Shot goes off. Softens off the Zealots. But Dolan, it looks like he will finally break out. It goes Academy just now finishing up as well. Dolan looking to claim his third. Oh. Looking to claim his expansion. Zealot's going to be zoned away. Master taking his fourth. I do like this fourth base timing. As soon as the third base is done, fourth base is on the way. Storm is complete for Master, and he has 4 High Templar. That's a loaded prism. Once again, double Banshee into the main. They can one-shot probes. 3, 4, 5. Oh, 3, 4 probe kills. Then we get 5 probes towards the end. 5 workers go down. Likewise, Storm Drop coming in. Storm Drop does come in. Now Master going to be zoned back. Master is zoned away. Likewise, just building up 2 Colossus at a time. Now, initially I was okay with Dolan being more defensive and more passive just because Master was being so defensive and passive. But now, coming into the mid-game here, I mean, Master is getting a bit out of hand. At least he was. Oh my god, 5 more probes. Again, very nice damage with these Banshees. Finally, they're going to be going down, but they have paid for themselves. At this point, they have paid for themselves. Solid damage here from Dolan. We see Master ready for a Zealot run by. The moment the Dolan moves out, Master, he's ready to counterattack. He's ready to punish. Dolan unaware. Yes, he's the danger, Dolan. Yes, he is. Now I'm playing AoE 4, but yes, I was a SD cast a long time ago. Yeah, I remember. Good to see you again. Hope you're enjoying your time. Oh no! Ooh, Maestro going off, and the prism goes down. Were those 4 High Templar? The 4 High Templar! The 4 High Templar were inside. Ay, ay, ay. The Templar go down the prism as well. Zelrama gets dealt with. Dolan, he shuts this down. Again, very nice defense here by Dolan. Master, he did overextend. Again, he lost 4 High Templar and the War Prism. Or they were in the War Prism. And with that, Dolan does take a supply lead. But we do see Master with how many? With 4 Colossus. He's still got 4 Colossus. He's only down to 2 High Templar, so storms are going to be limited. Disruptor reduction, disruptors have begun. And again, this can still go either way. When it comes to the main fight, it comes down to the spellcasters, the EMPs. Meanwhile, how many Vikings do we have? I'm afraid to look. 0. 0 Vikings. Remember, Dolan, he saw the Colossus, he saw the Bay earlier. Does save the ghost just barely. Has to get the hell out of here, but without Vikings, how does he deal with this? He doesn't. He has to pull back to the tanks. The tanks, they will help, they will support. EMP's popping up, but charge will take a lapse in. And Dolan, he has to kite back. Zealous, they will overwhelm. The Colossus, they just rain down on the army. If it doesn't connect. But Dolan, he plummets in supply. And again, Dolan, he saw the Bay. He should have had Vikings for this. Without them, he can't engage. Not against 4 Colossus. Does dive in, takes Storm to the face, takes down the Disruptor. And the Colossus, they just reign supreme. They rain down here from the skies. Zealous, they push into the bases. Natural goes down, and Master, he's done it. He has done it here. Again, Dolan, he was doing a great job when it came to defending, when it came to scouting, when it came to moving out, but alas, he didn't respond to what he was scouting to. He wasn't ready for the 4 Colossus. So many Medivacs, but they do nothing. They support nothing. GG gets called, and Master, he will take the series 3-1, qualifying for the Americas Closed Qualifier. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, and congratulations to Master. He does claim the series. Again, there was a back and forth, but Master does claim it in the end. Again, Dolan, I do appreciate his response and his style there in that last game, especially when it came to recognizing the danger that he was in if he were to be too aggressive. Did recognize the danger that he would have been in, so he was a little bit more defensive and passive instead, and he was doing so much for the Banshees. The Banshees are doing a lot of damage as well, but despite doing damage besides scouting, despite even shutting down that War Prism and shutting down all those High Templar, he was not able to deal with the Colossus. The Colossus, the laser giraffes, they just mowed down everything before them. Again, too many Medivacs and 0 Vikings. There was no answer to those Colossus, whether it would have been a higher Viking count or a higher tank count, a more fortified position back at home. Alas, Dolan was caught with his pants down. The pants were down, and Master makes it through. GG. GG, well played. With that, he does claim the series, and with that, let's head on over. Let's catch up on the brackets. Let's catch up on specifically all of the qualified players. Let's go. Let us go. Do you need a moment here to set that up? But as a reminder, the closed qualifier is tomorrow. Oh boy. It is going to be tomorrow here. So I do just need a moment to switch our scenes over and catch up. Here we go. Bam. Okay, so for those that are just now tuning in, first things first, we are live here on a daily basis. Every single day we have plenty of StarCraft action, especially because of the EWC. There's just so many qualifiers going on, and with that, we have wrapped up our NA qualifiers, and now we have our players. Here we have them. It's going to be 3 Protoss. It's going to be Astrea, Trigger, and Master. Master, he is the final player that's missing here to fill out the 3 Protosses. Meanwhile, we have 3 Terrans. We have Future, Kelazhur, and Juanito Special as our 3 Terran representatives, and we have 2 Zergs in Cham and Scarlet. Here we go. So we have 8 players in total, and they will construct this 8-player double elimination bracket where only one qualifies. only one player here. So it's going to be double elimination. We have best of 7s, we have best of 5s, we have a crazy bracket here, and this is going to be played out tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be the closed qualifier. I'm sure later on tonight we will see the seeded brackets and we'll confirm who's playing who, but for now, yet to be determined. And coming into this, who do we favor? I mentioned this before. A lot of these players have been MIA. A lot of these players, they did take a lot of time off because of EWC, sorry, during the off season of EWC even. Scarlet took some time off. Scarlet went on a hiatus for like 6+ months. Cham took some time off. Future took some time off. Kelazhur took some time off. Special as well. Astrea. Fun fact, out of all these players who didn't take time off, Trigger and Master. To be fair, Trigger and Master, they've both been on that grind this entire time, even during the off season, during October, November, December, January, March, April. All these other players were again taking a break. Trigger and Master, they were on that grind. So because of that, I would say that right now, last year Astrea was the representative. Last year in EWC, Astrea, he was the best player in the Americas, and he was a part of EWC as a result. He was there. Currently, I would say that Astrea, alongside all these other players, they're still like regaining their skill. They're still kind of like getting back on that horse and shaking off all that rust. I would say that Trigger is the current best player, and he was just in GSL, by the way. Like, he was just in GSL season 1. He was a part of that. He was in Korea. So right now, Trigger's in form, and right now I would say that it's all about who can bring Trigger down. Again, even though some of these players have been on a break, they're all a lot of them, if not all of them, are all experienced players, so it doesn't take long. It doesn't take long to get back on that horse, to shake off the rust, and to get back into the swing of things. Doesn't take long at all. But because of that, I don't know where to place my expectations. For players like Scarlet, for Cham, for Astrea, like for Special, like, I don't know how to rate them. I don't know how to judge them right now, and we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out tomorrow in this qualifier. So best of luck to all the players. Again, I'm a big fan of players like, of course, Cham and Scarlet. I want them both to do well. Likewise, Kelazhur, Diego also want to do well. Max, Trigger, Future. I mentioned this before. Even Juanito and Master as well. I mentioned this before, but the hardest thing about the Americas region is that I love all the players. Like, I want them all to excel. I want them all to do well. I want them all to achieve success here. But there's only enough room for one. Like, hearts are going to be broken tomorrow is the reality here. Only one of these players can make it through. So best of luck. As you can see here again, tomorrow in less than 24 hours is going to be the closed qualifier for the Americas. Meanwhile, if you can't wait that long, then we got you covered, because up next on the channel is going to be the Korean qualifier. Bam, here we go. You can see our schedule is insanely packed, full of EWC qualifiers. Even if it wasn't full of EWC qualifiers, we're live on a daily basis, twice a day, every single day. If you maybe are just now finding us, if you maybe just now tuning in, welcome to the CranKy Ducklings. We've been casting full-time StarCraft since 2020. Before that, we were casting as well, but not full-time. But yes, every single day, 2 times a day, at least 2 times, sometimes 3, 4 times a day, we are live here on the channel. We cast more than any other channel out there, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast, more than anyone else. We have the content, we have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. So if you enjoyed the cast, if you enjoyed the commentary, if you want some more StarCraft, then consider following us here on YouTube, consider following us on Twitch, consider following us on your preferred platform of choice. We do stream every single day, and when it comes to our schedule, currently we're here on Thursday. Yes, no, Friday. Sorry, Friday. All the days are waiting together. So we're here on the Friday schedule, and we just wrapped up with our Americas qualifier, and as you can see, the Korean qualifier is at 6 p.m. KST. That's going to be 7 p.m. AEST. That is going to be in 7 hours. In 7 hours time, we're going to be back. We're going to be live with the Korean qualifier of the Esports World Cup, and then we have the Asia qualifier thereafter. So basically, there is a little bit of overlap there, but we're gonna focus and wrap up the Korean qualifier first, and then that leads us into the Asia qualifier thereafter. We'll be jumping into that after the Korea qualifier. So back-to-back qualifiers. Then, as you can see, on Saturday we have the Americas closed qualifier. That's what that is. Then we have the Korea second open qualifier, and then on Sunday in the morning at 1 a.m. At 1 a.m. KST, we have the European closed qualifier, we have the Korea closed qualifier in the evening, and we have the May Mayhem in the afternoon. So we have just, again, non-stop StarCraft. Again, we have all the content, all the events, all here, all on the channel, all here in English, of course. And yeah, again, consider following us, consider tuning in. Again, thank you so much for all the support that we got here throughout the broadcast as well. We had a lot of new subscribers, we had a lot of new supporters, so thank you so much for all the support. We do appreciate it. Gracias, papi, gracias. I do appreciate it. And again, you can support us via Patreon as well. Our Patreon is designed to fund our tournaments. If you want to help support the community, if you want to help support the scene and support the players, you can do so via Patreon, as 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards the players of our tournaments, of course, of Sparkling Tuna Cup, MSO, and SDO as well. Again, currently we do earn 451 USD a month on Patreon, and our next goal is on 500. We're almost there, almost at our next goal. Again, that is to boost the prize pool even further of Sparkling Tuna Cup. If you're curious, Sparkling Tuna Cup, that is a weekly open tournament. It is one day before like the Woody TV Mondays or the Monday Night Weeklies or the Pig Store Mondays. First is Sparkling Tuna Cup, then it goes into all those other weeklies, and it is open to all players. We often see players like Björn, Solar, Showtime, Skillus, many others. The Koreans and Europeans, they face off, they clash in said tournaments. So if you want to help support them, you can do so via Patreon. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. I'm insanely tired. It is midday, by the way. Jesus, it is midday here in Australia. I started casting last night, 8 p.m. So, Jesus. Let's go, baby. Let's go. 16 hours we've been up, we've been casting. Of course, we did have like 2-hour breaks in between, each qualifier, but yeah, we just reached 16 hours of being awake and just casting non-stop. I'm gonna go pass out, or I say pass out, I should get some work done here. I should like work on some thumbnails and get a little bit of work done, but I'm gonna try to get at least some hours of sleep before waking up in 7 hours to do it all again. So again, in 7 hours time, we'll be here, we'll be back with some more StarCraft action, with some Korean StarCraft as a change of pace. Oh, let's go. Here we go. Okay. It's catching up. Let's go. I see Max is in the chat at SC Astrea. Good luck, papi. But yes, GG, well played. With that, we're gonna be wrapping up here for the time being. I'm gonna be wrapping up, and again, best of luck to all the players, best of luck to all the competitors as well, and we'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tonight, I guess. We'll see you in 7 hours. I'll try to sleep. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for supporting. You can follow us on all the social medias: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. Links are in the chats. We do post whenever we go live. We post on our socials whenever we go live, and again, you can interact with us when we're not here via Discord. You know, Discord is the place to be for the community as well. Otherwise, we'll see you next time. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao, hasta luego. See you next time, papi. See you next time.